Science and Technology 2026. This conference is being organized on South Asian Academic Summit 2026 by the Center Development of Intellectual Property and Research. Now when a development of intellectual property rights and research foundation is in collaboration with the Institute of Electronic and Electronics Engineer and the Center of International Governance Innovation. This conference is not merely a discussion on scientific and technological advancements, but a dynamic platform for shaping responsible innovations and inclusive growths in the era of defined by rapid technological transformations, digitalization, artificial intelligence, sustainable innovation, and data-driven system. It seeks to bridge a scientific progress with ethical governance, social responsibility, and equitable development, particularly strengthening technological capacity in the developing and global South economies. By promoting interdisciplinary dialogues and examining the role of emerging technologies in the economic development and governance, fostering regional and global research collaboration, and creating meaningful engagement opportunities for students and early career researchers. The conference aspires to encourage ethical and sustainable technological advancement while reinforcing science policy industries linkage across South Asia and beyond.
The Center for Development of Intellectual Property and Research is a premier institution established as India's first non governmental research organization dedicated to intellectual property rights (IPR). Operating under Naovina Development of Intellectual Property and Research Foundation as a registered non governmental organization (NGO), CDIPR is dedicated to promoting and protecting IPR within India, thereby fostering a conducive environment for innovation and creativity. We are a community connecting 2,200 plus members and 12,300 plus global academicians on intellectual property rights. Our collaborating partner, the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, IEEE, is world's largest technical professional organization dedicated to advancing technology for the benefit of humanity. IEEE and its members inspire a global community through its highly cited publications, conferences, technology standards, and professional educational activities. And the Center for International Governance Innovation, CIGI, is an independent, non partisan think tank whose peer reviewed research, foresight, and trusted analysis influence policymakers to innovate. With the engagement of a global network of experts and the contributors, CIGI tackles the governance challenges and opportunities of data and transformative technologies, including AI, and their impact on the economy, security, democracy, and ultimately societies. We sincerely thank IEEE and Center for International Governance Innovation for their invaluable intellectual and institutional support in making the conference a success. Next, I'm honored to introduce our chair session for today, Mr. D.S. Mandal, Executive Member of Center for Development of Intellectual Property and Research, CDIPR. We are grateful to you for having kindly agreeing to guide today's session. Thank you, sir.
Before we begin, I would like to briefly outline the presentation guidelines. All presenters are kindly requested to note that each presenter will be given a total 6 minutes, 5 minutes for presentation and 1 minute for question and comments. Kindly monitor the chat and comment box for time update. Please ensure that your microphones and cameras are functioning properly. Presenters are requested to strictly adhere with the time limit. Your cooperation will help us to conduct the session smoothly.
We now begin with technical session 1. I take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters and thank them for contributing their valuable research to this conference. I now invite our first presenter, Mr. Amal Srivastav and Rajat Agrawal.
I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, should I start? Sure.
Yes.
Participant, your presentation PPT is not visible. So again, it's an instruction to all the participants, keep your PPT loaded. Yes, you can
Is my
start.
yeah? Can I start with? Is my
Yes,
PPT is
yes.
visible to all?
Yes, it's visible. You can start.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. First, good afternoon, sir, respected chair and distinguished participants. Uh, my name is Amar Srivastav, and I'm doing PhD from Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, and I'm presenting this paper on the topic of global standard setting organization and friend obligations challenges for an Indian perspective with my co-author, Professor Rajat Agrawal. So, before starting, sorry, sir. Sir, should I start?
Yes, you
Please continue
can.
with your presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Before we often debate friend term, fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory term in courtroom, arguing about royalty rates, injunctions, and competition law. But today I want to ask a different question. By the time a dispute, by the time a dispute reach court, has the real shift in bargaining power already happened at SSO level? My research paper argued that friend is not primarily shaped in litigation, it is structured much earlier inside global standard setting organizations. So before that, I start with what the basic concept of SEP. So what is SEP? SEP standard essential patent is a patent that protect technology that is necessary to implement a specific technical standard, enabling interoperability and compatibility across product and services. So we all know what is friend term, fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory term is a binding commitment made by patent owner to SSOs to license their essential technologies on the friend term, fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory term. So this is my structural power in global standard setting. In stage one at the SSO level, patent holder disclose essential patent and commit to friend term. However, essentiality is self-declared and pricing remain undefined. In stage two, once a standard is adopted, network effect create technological lock-in. Switching become costly and other impractical. In stage three, licensing negotiation then occur without predefined valuation benchmark, royalty staking risks emerges, and injunction leverages various across jurisdictions. In stage 4, only at this stage, court interpret friend term. By then, bargaining asymmetry has already been structured by the SSOs. So, court interpret friend letter, but institutional design of the friend royalty rate is much earlier decided by the SSOs. So, how friend term are actually decided? Basically, friend term is basically decided in bilateral negotiation. Most friend term are set privately between the patent holder and implementer according to the market value, patent strength, and licensing history. Court and tribunal also decide the friend term. Most of the time, at the across world, court and tribunal decide the friend term. If an agreement is not reached, national court and determine the friend royalty rate. There are different approaches across world are adopted by the court, like comparable agreement approach, top-down approach, smallest sale will patenting pricing unit approach, and incremental value approach, and the Georgia Pacific factor approach decided by the court across world to determine what will be the friend royalty rate in SEP disputes. Recently, WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization, and many SSOs do favor the arbitration and mediation and expert determination to determine the royalty rates between the parties. So, in this slide, friend governance framework, this framework shows that friend governance operate in stages. At the SSO level, disclosure and licensing commitment are structured, but pricing is left undefined. Once standards are adopted, technical lock-in occurs. Licensing negotiations then take place without clear valuation benchmark, create uncertainty. The burden of this uncertainty is unevenly distributed, especially affecting implementer-heavy economies. Finally, court interpret FAND, but only after bargaining power has already been saved by the different SSOs. So this is a comparative institutional pattern of ETSI, European Telecommunication Standard Institute, ITU, IEEE, and 3GPP. So in this slide, although these organizations differ in structure from a UN body like ITU to a private association like ETSI and a project like 3GPP, they share a common institutional pattern. Essentiality is self-declared, friend commitment are broadly framed, and royalty determination is deliberately left undefined. None of these bodies adjudicate license dispute internally. This convergence so that SSO harmonize procedural obligation but externalize economic interpretation. That is the institutional architecture within which friend licensing operate. So I have some Indian disputes, SCP disputes. So in India, most of the time in Delhi High Court defined different approaches to determine the friend royalty rate between the SAP holder and implementers. Like in the case of Ericsson versus Micromax, SAP owner sought injunction for GSM and 3G patent. The court granted an interim
Participant, you can
injunction.
proceed to the findings.
Okay. So royalty was determined on interim basis. Issues highlighted there is no statutory friend framework in India. In Ericsson versus Xiaomi, ex parte injunction initially granted, later modified upon royalties deposit undertaking. The court balanced patent right and market disruptions. Injunction leverages in self disputes. So in the CCI versus Ericsson, the basically the case highlight regulatory coordination gap between the CCI and the Delhi High Court. So in India, Indian court interpret friend within extremely structured and institutionally ambiguous terms. So these are the distributional effect of friend governance. So, large multinational firms can balance royalty obligations through cross-licensing their own patent portfolio. MSMEs cannot. This creates structural vulnerability. Therefore, while standards are globally harmonized, the economic burden of friend governance is unevenly distributed, particularly affecting implementer-heavy and manufacturing-intensive economics. So, these are my policy recommendation in my research paper.
Participant, you had exceeded the time. You can just quickly wrap your conclusion.
Okay, sir. Give me a 1 minute, sir. Just I'm going to wrap it. So these are my policy recommendation. First, India must increase its role in standard setting organization. Participation at the stage of technical committee deliberation is important. Early engagement allow India not to just implement the standard but to shape them. Second, there is a need to clear friend valuation guideline within India. While statutory amendment may not be necessary, court would benefit from structured principle that provide consistent benchmark for assessing royalty. Greater clarity can reduce uncertainty and litigation problem. Coordination between Judiciary and Competition Commission of India is very important for strengthening the SEP disputes and friend royalty rates. Domestic firms require structured support to participate meaningfully in standard setting, funding, training, and coordinated industry platform can enable Indian companies to contribute patent technology rather than they remain only implementers. Finally, India should build alliance with similarity position economies. Many implementers heavy countries face comparable challenges. Collective engagement can strengthen negotiation influence in global standardization debates. So these reforms are incremental and governance based. They aim not to disrupt the global system but to reimbalance the participation within it. So, in conclusion, what I am suggesting that friend is safe before it reaches court. The structure of bargaining power is created at the standard setting stage. SSOs at like a global rule maker, their institutional design influence market worldwide, even without formal regulatory authorities. Court interpret friend royalty rate. Judicial decision operate within framework already created by the standard bodies. India must move from the rule taker to rule shaper. Greater participation standard setting is essential for long-term strategy autonomy, fair technology governance support, inclusive growth. So these are my references. Thank you for your time and patience. Now I am open for Q&A.
Okay, so participant, you had mentioned in number of times that these are the certain changes which is required to even come to the coordination with the CCI. So when
Yes.
we looked into the friend commitments, it's not an obligation for in India till now. Yeah, there is no such like international obligations or a treaty boundaries that this type of thing is just a framework and a model. So what is your policy model which you had supported, or if there is any country reference you had taken into consideration?
Actually, sir, what I'm proposing that clear guideline for determining the royalty rate and improve transparency in SSO's working structure. Finally, the court in India, court or across world, court will finally determine the front royalty rate between the SAP holder and implementer.
See, like
But
as a researcher, you cannot just simply tell that these are the changes you need to incorporate. You have to come up with the examples, the model countries where this type of things are coming up, or that they had successfully introduced. So I'm just
sir,
asking you to incorporate some of the, yes.
actually, sir, at the global level, now, no country has specifically defined what will be the right model for to determine the
You can look
royalty rate.
into the Germany's. You can look into Germany's and Japan's SAP policies. Like they are working very well. You can look into these two countries' model and more refined your research, specifically when it comes to the recommendation section.
So actually, what happened in Germany, they have proposed one idea of unified patent court. Basically, all matter went to the unified patent court. And in Japan, lot of issues are firstly decided by the arbitration or expert determination method. Then after they matter went to the court. But like India or emerging economies like other SAARC countries, lot of issues happen to determine the royalty rate. The amount of time in determining the royalty rate, it took like 7 to 10 years. So what I'm telling, that emerging economies like India or other SAARC countries, they have to for that they have to make more participation in SSOs SSOs bodies. Like in India, we have a TSI. They work with the 3GPP, but most of the, if you see now, ETSI is making more standard compared to other IEEE and 3GPP and
All
ITU.
right. All right, participant. We are exceeding the time frame for allotted per participant. What you can do, it's my suggestion, since you are too much interested in SSOs and other thing, you can do one thing. Try to read the SARC report, like which has been published last year regarding SAP, and also a report has been published by the DPIIT regarding the SAP. You can refer to those both report to know the perspectives of the South Asian nation, how the South Asian nations are willing to come up with the SCB policies. Like that's how you can incorporate this type of changes, which is much suitable for our country specific and the South Asian region specific. All right, thank you. We can
Okay,
move
thank you
ahead to
so
the
much,
next
sir.
one.
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Miss Vaishnavi and Miss Pavitra.
We don't have the participant. We can move to the next.
Our next participant is Nilanko Chattopadhyay and Dr. Jayanta Ghosh.
Yes, I'm present. Just I'm sharing my screen.
Participant, you are not visible.
Yes, sir. I'm just turning my camera. Am I visible, sir?
Yes, you are visible. All the participants, kindly keep your PPT ready before presentation.
Is it visible, sir? Could you just confirm?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. So I am Nilanko Chattopadhyay from the West Bengal National Juridical University of Sciences. So today I am going to present on citizen grounded data, constitutionalism, rebalancing the four V's. So before starting the topic, first I think it is good to be discuss an example. So first of all, going with an example that I was having conversation with one of the fellas, one of the chap which I met him in tea stall. So he was saying about a welfare system. So it is implemented by the West Bengal government, which is related to like giving some amount which is related, which is I think rupees 1,500 to unemployed persons. So it is they have eligibility, they have thresholds. So this chap eventually filled this application form digitally and submitted. But after 1 month, when he is about to track his application, he found that this application has been rejected. He showed me everything, and I found that all the documents which he have submitted, which is his Aadhaar, his voter ID card, 10th mark sheet, etc. So all the things are clearly visible, and it is totally up to the mark. But still, his application was rejected. So subsequently, we went to the government office and we found that the government officer is saying that there is some discrepancy, and the discrepancy is not related to this. The discrepancy is basically there are total 77 lakhs documents or applications which has been submitted, but the problem here comes that they are doing algorithmic profiling. As we do not have a huge number of government officers to look for every data and every documents, so they are going for an algorithmic profiling. So now connecting this with my incident. So here I am saying about big data, and big data is fundamentally comprising of four principles, actually five, but I have focused on four, which is, as you can see, volume, velocity, variety, and veracity. So here you can see that in this case which I have just discussed, there is total 77 lakhs applicants, like huge number of volume. If you consider velocity, then it is how much the time is being taken by the government to process every data, and that should be like very fast, because we people are very anxious that when our application is going to be either accepted or rejected, then we will proceed to next phase. Then coming to the variety aspect, which is like forms are submitted in a structured manner or semi-structured manner or unstructured. Here I basically means that forms may be submitted in the like in digitally or traditional aspect like pen and paper. And with veracity, I mean that the reliability and accuracy. So coming to the next slide, which is I have given the case of GSTN. So India, if you see that they are totally focused on the volume and velocity aspect, but not variety and veracity. Why? This variety is creating heavy confusion. Like there is differences between state and center. They cannot send the documents in a structured manner. So there are different problems happening. And with respect to veracity, there is huge conflict of reliability and accuracy, because some applicants are also there who is imposing false documents or the documents which is not satisfying the threshold. So these are the problems which they are facing. If I consider the GST case, also huge amount of data is being collected, which I have mentioned. The processing needs to be very fast, and it is also very fast. There is huge variety of documents which we are which like the GST in portal is being getting, and there is a huge veracity, which is different fraud cases are being identified, etc. So if I link with constitutional aspect, which is like there was a case which we all know, landmark case, which uphold the right to privacy, retired Justice Puttaswamy's case, which totally said that the right to privacy should be upheld. But he has also given three conditions, which is necessity, legitimate state aim, and proportionality. So is the government following this? So if we consider that even after the enactment of our Digital Personal Data Protection Act of 2023, which have enumerated several principles and basic thresholds, are those eventually following? I think it is not, because our India is totally focusing or mainly focusing on volume, that we are accepting applications, it's all right. Then velocity is really good. They are totally doing whether application is rejected or whether it is accepted. But when it comes to veracity or variety, it is like heavy structural problem. And if I consider algorithmic profiling, that there is no human oversight, then which is also like it is also violating the basic principles or fundamental rights of the constitution. Like in my case, which I have just discussed, that it is arbitrary against arbitrarily rejected under article 14. No due process of law was followed. Then right to hear, audio alterum partem, many legal principles were breached. So
Participant, move to the conclusion part, your suggestions.
yes, sir. So if I go to recommendations, I have given certain recommendations like to adopt a data quality indices that will look after the transparency and accountability part. There should be data ethics committee. Apart from the DPDP Act, there should be a data ethics committee which should be looking for the privacy impact assessment, then data audit. And here I'm entirely talking about the governmental aspect, not any private entity. So government have to do like independent audit processing. Then privacy by design is, of course, it is already mentioned in DPDP Act. So every mechanism should have a privacy by design inbuilt there. Then different metadata registries should be there so that people can look what data is being processed, what data is collected, so that it can be totally transparent. And there should be eventually veracity, that whatever people is applying or doing, it should be totally looked upon. Now like eventually coming to the conclusion, that we need a data fight country, of course. We need digital aspects, of course. We have to be at par with every developed nations, but we cannot dilute our constitutional principles and also the court cases. So for this, we need to rebalance the first of all four V's, that is volume and velocity cannot be greater than variety and veracity. So therefore, we need accuracy, transparency, and those principles to be maintained. And recommendations I have already given. So this is it. And thank you everyone for listening to me. And if there is
Okay.
any question,
So,
please.
participant, I don't have any question for you, but just a simple suggestions. Like you can
Okay, sir.
incorporate this in your research. In
Okay,
the
sir. Sure. Sir.
DPDPA, you can go into the section 4 and see there are two purposes which has been provided by the government, like where the data fiduciary doesn't need to have permissions of the data principal. In 4 like section 4 subsection 1 clause b, it has been provided for certain legitimate uses. So if we looked into the certain legitimate uses, there is no definition has been provided for the legitimate uses or not. What
Exactly.
is
Exactly.
legitimate uses? So like I will like you to go deep into this particular concept, that how to determine the legitimate uses and
Exactly.
how to determine the veracity of the cases where the legitimate uses can be provided. Because
Yes.
a government, even a private party, let's not even consider private party, even a government comes and takes the data on the name of that I am coming up and taking the data just for a legitimate uses. How a government should justify it is a legitimate use or not? So
Exactly, so
like
sir, what
to
you have
this
said
parameter.
is totally yes, sir, is totally correct. I have read many criticisms and scholars research articles that if you see that section 17 of the DPTP Act, sir, we can see that there is too many broad exception. So under this government exception or legitimate uses or sovereignty, national importance, government is totally controlling our data, which like it can lead to anywhere, sir. Any data breach can occur and our data is gone. So it is actually true, sir, what you said.
Yes, to try to look into this and also looked into the aspect what are the country models India can like take and adapt. So we are having GDPR working in European Union since for more than 1 decades. So how they are adapting this kind of thing, and how specifically like implementation of a law is the major thing we have to focus. How we can implement it in a better way without
Also, sir,
facing any issue.
apart from sir GDPR, what you have said, it is totally correct. But apart from GDPR, if we compare it with DPDP Act, there we can see that it is similar. But if we go to Estonia or Singapore's model, which is related to data governance, it is very absolute. We can also follow that if we leave European Union.
Okay, like try to incorporate into your study. We'll
Sure,
love
sir.
to read this. Yeah.
Sure, sir.
All
Sure, sir.
right.
Thank you.
We can move to the next participant. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Vaishnavi and Pavitra.
Participants, it's a request that please be there with a time limit that is 6 minutes within which you need to conclude your presentation also.
Participant, kindly share your presentation.
Vaishnavi, you can present now.
I think the participant is having some network issue. We can move with the next participant if there is no response.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so our next participant is Khemraj Sharma and Dr. Vikas Kumar.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all respected chairpersons. Today, I will present my research paper entitled Technology Driven Incubation and Acceleration in India, an analysis of startup infrastructure growth and regional funding ecosystem. So basically, my this paper uh, uh, examine the entrepreneurial ecosystem in India. We all know that India nowadays India hosts 1 lakh plus startups. Uh, 1 lakh plus startups recognize 1 lakh plus recognized startups, and behind this there is a there is a strong startup entrepreneurial ecosystem in which incubators policy supports is there. So these are my table of contents. First, I will talk about introduction, then research objective and methods, then continuously result and discussion. After that, I will talk about challenges. Then I will conclude my all the slides. So I'm starting with my introduction. I'm starting with introduction that we all know that India is world's fastest growing startup ecosystem nowadays. The reason behind that we can see that in 2016, government launched Startup India, and after that, before the launching of Startup India in India, there is less number of startups is there, and there is no policy support, there is no funding, there is no better funding support is there. But after the launch of Startup India, there is sudden acceleration in startups in India, and we can see that there is many national initiatives such as Atal Innovation Mission. Atal Innovation Mission is basically from schools to commercialization. It means uh, from the school level tinkering labs to the uh, national level startup recognition is there. Uh, Now I will talk about my this paper. These are my research objectives of this paper. First, to analyze the growth of startups in India, and second is identify startup incubators and accelerators in India, and third objective of my this research paper is to analyze startup growth fund scheme and regional policies. And basically, my this paper based on mixed method study, and my this paper totally based on secondary data. So we can see we can see in this graph that in 2010 India is having only 475 startups is there, and we can see that in 2015 there is 510 startups is there, and we can see that after that in 2020 there is a sudden growth in startups. We can see that there is 40,116 startups in India. The reason behind that, in 2016 there is a Startup India launched by government of India, and there is many schemes is comes in every field like healthcare, health, agri, and many fields. And we can see that in 2025 there is 1 lakh plus startups in India. Those are recognized by DPIIT. And in next graph, we can see that distribution of startup incubators in India. We can see that there is 30% share from corporate or industry and 70% share from institutes. And in next graph, we can see that startup support infrastructure in India. That previously I talk about Atal Tinkering Labs. We can see that in this graph that Atal Tinkering Labs share is 10,000 plus startups in India. Those are supported by Atal Tinkering Labs. Similarly, we can see that there is a less number of Atal incubation centers in 72 in India. Those are supported startups. Uh, the- now I will talk about Startup India Seed Fund Scheme SISFS. We can see that in Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu there is a most large number of startups. Those are supported by Startup India Seed Fund Scheme. We can see that Maharashtra is the highest number is 419. Uh, and now I will talk about the challenges of technology-driven incubation and startups in India. We all know that the first and the biggest challenges is funding. Then after that there is a skills gap, infrastructure gap, then market entry and adaptation challenges, weak entrepreneurial ecosystem. We all know that there is no better entrepreneurial ecosystem in we can see that uh, in many sectors. If we take example of agriculture sectors, we can see that there is no better rural entrepreneurial ecosystem in India. Similarly, scaling and globalization challenges and lack of strong mentorship and domain expertise. uh, we know that there is no proper entrepreneurial or there is no proper entrepreneurial or startup related courses in schools, so that I think the youth of the India is not uh, going forward
Kindly
towards this
conclude your
area.
presentation since it's the last minute of your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Here I conclude my all the slides that India has emerged one of the world's fastest large growing startup ecosystem after the launch of Startup India ecosystem. And we all know that there is national innovation missions such like Atal Innovation Mission, Startup Seed Fund Scheme, and Academic Technology Business Incubators supports from school level innovation to commercialization. There is a rapid growth of in digital public infrastructure and policies and support to the entrepreneurs. And these are my references which I have using in my slides. Thank you.
Yeah, participant, do you think the state should play a larger role in startup incubation?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you are audible.
Yeah, do you think the state should play a larger role in startup incubation?
Yes, sir. States are play a larger role in startups incubation centers.
Okay, that's it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we can move ahead with next
Thank you.
participant.
Thank you, sir. Our next participant is Simran Sharma and Dr. Dipali Rani Saho.
Good afternoon to the respected panel members. My paper titled Securing the Digital Playground Ethical and Regulatory Challenges of AI Powered Zero Trust Framework for Minors in Smart Cities. Basically, this paper examines an emerging but under theorized issue, the intersection of AI security architecture and digital childhood. While the smart governance discussion focus on efficiency and safety, my research shifts the lens towards the minor as subject of algorithmic governance. Now, I am moving to the core question, like what about the children's? India has over, sir, 100 smart cities operating through AI-enabled integrated command and control centers, and all are well furnished. These systems rely on biometric authentication, surveillance analytics, predictive governance, and increasingly zero trust architecture. Now, adults interact with technology consciously, but what about the children? Here, smart cities promise safety, zero trust promises security, but the question still like who is going to take the liability for the children? Children do not merely use these systems, they develop with them. These leads to the central question of my research: are we protecting children or permanently profiling them, sir? If now, with the help of this pictorial representation, I want to bring your kind attention that if we compare these two images, we see a silent transformation. On the left side, the childhood as we traditionally understand it, like freedom is there, children can play easily, happily, without any freedom, without any restriction on their freedom. Meanwhile, on the right side, what I can find it and call it as algorithmic childhood. Entry requires facial recognition, risk scores are assigned, identity must be scanned before participation, and this is the basic theme soon we are going to see in the smart cities era. This visual captures the core tension of my paper, that children as algorithmic subjects. In smart environments, children are becoming algorithmic subjects through biometric attendance, facial recognition, predictive behavior in tracking, and risk scoring. Children are continuously categorized and assessed. As I state in my paper, like childhood is becoming datafied before it is understood or enjoyed. Early profiling can solidify into long term digital labeling, influencing identity formation and opportunity structures. This is not merely a privacy issue, but it is a developmental concern as well for the upcoming generation. Zero trust architecture on which these present modern days smart cities are dependent are simply based on a principle: never trust, always verify. So as this it requires continuous authentication in the zero trust architecture, like least privilege access, real time monitoring, and micro segmentation. This idea, whether originally designed for the corporate cyber security, this zero trust architecture, but it is now gradually shifting into the civic governance model. However, when continuous verification become normalized in childhood spaces, security architecture risks transforming into behavioral governance. Now, I found out these ethical risks, which I have also mentioned in my paper, sir, when security becomes surveillance. This creates a serious ethical risk, sir, that we have already discussed. Like, first is function creep. Function creep, where security data is reused for policing or secondary governance purposes. Second, behavioral manipulation. Children are make habitual to this gamified nudging and reward based compliance mechanism, replacing their autonomy of deciding whether what is right for them or what is not. It is affecting their mental psychology. Now, third is deep fake issues we all are aware, and biometric exploitation risk as children become high value data targets. But the deeper concern is their development distortion. Continuous verification leads to normalized monitoring, which may produce anxiety, chilling effects on creativity, and early internalization of surveillance norms. India's Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023 provides certain protections. It says like parental consent mechanism, fiduciary obligations, and prohibition of targeted advertising for minors are there. However, significant gaps remain. Like there is no AI specific regulation for minors, no mandatory child data protection impact assessment that exists right now in the USA in the form of this COPA Act, no automated decision review rights for the children that this EU GDPR laws has already implemented in its nation. No algorithmic transparency mandate, and also there exists no biometric retention limits for minor in this specifically for this smart city architecture. The framework is data centric but not
Ma'am,
algorithm centric.
ma'am, kindly conclude your presentation since it's your last minute.
Okay, ma'am. Now the proposed suggestions through the paper. Like vision behind the paper is security must be proportional to developmental rights. We need a child-centric zero trust model that we are right now seeing from European Union, UK, and USA have already implemented somehow this child-centric zero trust model-based laws. Mandatory child data protection impact assessment, algorithmic audits of public infrastructure, biometric data retention limits for the minor, and specifically this independent digital ombudsman for the children is the need of the time. Now I want to leave you as a closing reflection that whether will children better grow both mentally and physically in cities that does not question their freedom, or in such systematically developed cities that constantly verifies them. This is the question we all need to think and reflect with the advancement of the time and with the advancement of the technology. Thank you. Hereby, I'm concluding my presentation here.
Thank you, Miss Simran, for your presentation. I have no questions for you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we can move ahead with this participant.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next participant is Ishika and Nior.
Members and my fellow presenters, am I visible and my presentation visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Thank you. So today I, Nior Ghatwar, and Ishika Chhetri, my co-author, will be presenting on the topic From Workers to Employees, Reassessing Gig and Platform Worker Status in India's Digital Governance Framework under the theme Digital Transformation and Smart Governance. Today, we, the presenters, invite the panel to look closely at the economy with which we interact every day but rarely question, that is, India's gig economy. India's gig economy is functional by technology-enabled platforms which works through algorithmic systems and apps like Uber, Ola, Zomato, Swiggy, Blinkit among others, and is booming and at an annual rate at nearly 21%, being the second largest gig economy in the world. At the heart of my paper and this presentation is one central question which we would like to address. Does India's existing digital governance, labor law, and constitutional framework address the responsibility of platforms as aggregators operating within the smart administration system? Based on this, we have put forth in the next slide regarding the four research objectives and research hypotheses. Going with first, exactly who is a gig worker or what is the concept and status of gig workers in India, I would like to keep in mind that gig workers are defined under Section 235 of the Code of Social Security. And it is by this definition we can analyze that they are short term task based employment which involves one off or temporary jobs performed through digital platforms without any long term contract. And they are treated as separate categories which are outside the quote unquote traditional employer employee relationship. And due to this exclusion, there is restriction of rights of full labor protection, and they are classified as independent contractors under the contract for service, which denies that minimum wages, social security, and health benefits. There is an algorithmic control which operates through the online platforms and governs work allocation, making the income as well as working hours whether termed as flexible but highly unstable. This exposes them to long hours, safety risk, and weak grievance redressal mechanisms, while also absolving the employer from their liabilities. Now, I would like to point out that there are various constitutional mandates in our constitution which violates this status of gig workers. We can see that in 2020, in the Supreme Court, the Indian Federation of App-based Transport Workers approached the Supreme Court, arguing that this exclusion of gig workers from social and labor protection and not giving them the status of employee violates Article 14, 21, 23, and 19(1)(g). Article 14 is violated as similar function they perform similar functions as an employees. They carry on their work and direction and control is with the employer. However, they do not receive any benefits. And then if we look under Article 19(1)(g), they do not have freedom to work because their work is dictated by the employees as to how they would get the price, how they would get their wages, what is the task, and what are the ratings. And certain times notice is not given to them before deactivation of their accounts. And under Article 21, we see that in the Olga Tellis judgment, it was said that right to life includes right to a dignified work, and this is undermined because social security benefits are not provided to them. Then we see that under Article 23, there is a lack of social security and economic dependence in the workers. We see that Uber Uber apps like Uber, Ola, or even Swiggy, they have control over the workers and they must be held liable. This, if we look into this case is an ongoing case, and if we see that, if we look into the hearings of this judgment, these emphasize that social security benefits must be given and labor rights must be protected, and there is a proper legal framework which needs to be extended. To understand what is the legal framework, current legal framework, I grant the floor to my co-author Ishika Chitri to go through the legal framework, recommendations, and the conclusions. Ishika.
Your mic is not on.
Am I audible? Yeah, so moving forward to the legal framework, there are mainly three. So the central legal framework is the Code of Social Securities 2020, and secondly there are two more legal frameworks which are subsequently developed by the states. So basically they recognize gig workers firstly, and they also provide welfare schemes, but they do not grant them the employment rights, which is our main concern. So moving forward to the because of the paucity of time, I would like to move forward to the comparative insight which we have taken. So mainly the Employment Rights Act of 1996, under the interpretation clause, here they from the United Kingdom actually mentions that these workers as an under the term worker, which is an term for gig workers instead of independent contractors. So as we have many of us may have known that Uber VV versus Aslam in 2021 was a major landmark case where like this was they were given the included within the worker term. So it basically shows that the court basically observed that
I'm
the
sorry for
contentions.
interruption. Since your time is over, kindly conclude your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So, moving forward to the recommendation, what we wanted to present from this paper is that expand the definitions of employee and include platform workers as what there is currently is not helping them. So, secondly, recognize them as workers, not gig workers as employees instead of dependent contractors. Independent contractors, so they are highly depended on the. So basically the study conforms with the central hypothesis which we presented, that designated gig workers as non-employers under the Social Security Code of 2020 terribly fails to accurately represent the nature of their work. So we want the central government to move forward with a different approach and include them within the employer definition, or other or instead make an intermediate space where they can enjoy their bare minimum labor rights instead of just mere scheme based approach. So thank you so much.
Yes,
Thank you,
participant.
ma'am.
Why do you think gig workers should be legally recognized as employees rather than independent contractors?
So, sir, if we go to the nuances of the gig workers, how large Indian economy, how highly Indian economy is based on gig workers nowadays, and majorly, like mostly, uh, uh, 21% of the gig economy is uh, are gig workers in India. So basically, separating or like not including them within the employee is a major setback of our country, because gig economy do not have regulated time schedules, which keep them deprived from many other labor based rights, and they don't have collective bargaining at all. So we basically think that there are certain labor rights which they should get instead of the just scheme based approach which the government is right now following.
Okay, thank you for presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Anand Singhal.
I'm sharing my screen. Just is my screen is visible to you? Hello,
Yes,
Yes, sir,
yes,
it's
yes,
visible.
you're
and
audible.
I'm audible too as well. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, good evening, everyone. Today, my name is Anand Singhal, and I am here to present the topic Storing Sustainability, Legal Challenges and Policy Gaps in Deploying Renewable Energy Storage Technologies in India. So, basically, the thing is that generating green energy is only a half the battle. Storing it, how we actually win the war against climate change. Yes, India has ambitious target of 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030. To support this, the Central Electricity Authority estimates we need over 400 gigawatt storage by 2032. India needs to employ certain legal frameworks in regarding the renewable energy storage. That's my background and problem statement. The first point is renewable surge. Yes, India target 500 gigawatts, but the problem is that intermittency creates a duck curve and grid instability. What basically means a duck curve? Duck curve basically means that there's a ups and downs in the energy storage that we are facing right now in India, and that's two issue in achieving the goal of sustainability. Second point, need for ESS. ESS stands for Energy Storage System, and this energy storage system needs to be essential for dispatchable of renewable energy. Reliable power, a legal imperative for energy security. What is the legislative lack we have? We do have Electricity Act 2003, but it lacks a clear statutory identity for storage, creating tariff, licensing, and investment friction. So, what's the current legal framework we have in India regarding the renewable energy storage system? That Electricity Act Amendment Rule 2022 and 25, Rule 18. This is the game changer we have. But there is a need of meeting a standalone energy storage, a license activity, and allowed consumer, that is discoms and generator, to own and lease storage. Second, that's CERC. What is CERC? That is Central Electricity Authority Commission Integrated Energy Storage System Draft Regulation 2025, a very recent framework that finally defines how battery storage correlate with power plant or transmission system, and that remunerate through supplementary capacity charges. And third, energy storage obligation. We do have RPOs. We all have heard of RPOs, renewable purchase obligations, but there is a one term of ESG, that is ESO, that is energy storage obligation. The government mandates that distribution companies must procure a certain percentage of renewable energy specifically to storage system, scaling up to 4% by 2029 to 30. This storage system, this energy storage obligation is mandate that need to be worked on by the Indian government in terms of renewable energy storage systems. Now, what's the policy gap and legal challenges that we are facing? That is tariff and taxation discrepancies that we have in the terms of GST, that is goods and service tax, around 12%, whereas pumped hydro storage and battery components can attract 18 to 28% of GST, driving up capital costs. There is need to be reduction of the GST in terms of renewable energy storage. At a one side, we are seeing that in government are giving subsidy, but in second side, they are taking the GST of 18-28%. So how come it can be a parallel situation? There's need to be a parallel thing that work by the Indian government, need to be worked by the Indian government. Second, the pace of tech and the pace of law problem. Battery prices are falling drastically month by month, but the time are tendered to float bid on. The market prices often plummeted and leading to legal disputes over whether the old tariff is still fair to consumers or not. Technology, yes, we are seeing that technology are advancing, but how it is coping with the law that we have, as we don't have any renewable energy act till now. in government in previously in 2022, in 2023, the government has proposed that bill, but it had not been passed. So there is a lacuna in terms of Renewable Energy Act and the renewable energy sector storage. End of life liberty and recycling gap is there, that is battery waste management rules that are extended producer responsibility mandates, but the practical infrastructure and stringent legal enforcement for recycling grid scale lithium ion batteries remains legal ambitious and practically unfunded. The lithium ion batteries are still not being
So,
recycled. Yes.
kindly conclude your presentation since it's your last minute.
Okay, okay, just wait. Okay. So I am working on the case law. This case law is basically talks about GSW renewable energies. And in this, the GSW has been the case, but due to administrative delay, the contract was not because of CERC tariff. So the appellate court held that there need to be proper implementation of renewable energy rules and regulations by the government. That's the conclusion from my side that India ESC SSC sector is evolving legal gray area into renewable regulated market, but high taxes, recycling gap, and tariff adoption delay threaten to slow investment. Thank you.
Participant, do you think India's energy laws prepare for large-scale storage development?
India energy laws are
Prepare for large-scale storage development.
sir, no, not till now because there is a need of implementation of the first we want that renewable energy act should be implemented. Then only there is on the large scale we can achieve the sustainable goals and climate change situations. There should be proper regulations.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Bhavna Rao and Lavishka Sharma.
May we begin?
Yes, you may start with your presentation.
Greetings to everyone present in the conference. I'm Lavishka, I'm the co-author and Bhavna is the author. We are law students from Vivekananda Institute of Professional Studies, and we'll be presenting a research paper titled Cool Machines, Bomb Planet, The Impact of AI on the Environment in India. Our research paper discusses the dual nature of AI, what impact it has on the environment, and it asks how India can manage it by bringing legal reforms to promote sustainable development while limiting environmental harm. I'll be talking about the AI life cycle and its material footprint. So AI's life cycle spans into four stages: data acquisition, model training, deployment, and hardware disposal. Each stage using resources, in turn accelerating resource extraction and the e-waste generation. AI also causes some key environmental pressures, like the developing companies frequently release newer and more powerful versions of AI, rendering the older hardware incompatible. This contributes to increased e waste. The data centers take up a lot of energy and release CO2. India's grid efficiency is heavily coal dependent, which magnifies embodied emissions. Data centers demand cooling, and cooling systems demand freshwater withdrawal, raising freshwater extraction in already water scarce regions. Large data centers also require land, causing land conversion, habitat fragmentation, and green cover loss. Current statutes like the EPA, Environmental Protection Act, the Air Act, Water Act, and the Environmental Impact Assessment notifications, they do not explicitly capture AI footprints, which creates a regulatory lacuna in handling AI's impact on environment. AI also serves as an environmental tool in some ways. For example, it can improve climate and disaster forecasting by enhancing forecasts, improving evacuation planning. This has demonstrated gains in cyclone and flood predictions. It can integrate renewable energy sources and it can improve the grid efficiency. It can also improve the demand response systems and predictive maintenance, reducing the dependence on fossil fuel backups in energy plants. Further, Bhavna will be taking up.
Now I would be talking about how AI helps in air pollution and air quality. AI can predict air pollution levels by analyzing weather data, traffic patterns, and industrial emissions. Predictive AI can also support early warning so that people know when to take precautions and when the air quality becomes unhealthy. Next, AI helps farmers know how much water, fertilizer, uh, pesticides their crops actually need so that no extra wastage is caused. This is how AI works in precision agriculture. It also increases production while saving water, money, and protecting the environment. I would now like to talk about a significant part of our research paper, green AI. Why do we actually need green AI? We need green AI to reduce the carbon emissions, energy use, and e-waste caused by energy-intensive AI systems. Green AI minimizes carbon emissions, energy use, and water consumption, along with minimizing e-waste. How does it actually work? It works by promoting energy-efficient models, renewable power infrastructure, and life cycle assessment and responsible and recycling practices because of the hardware the AI regularly uses. Green AI's motto is one of the circular economy, which is take, make, and dispose, which is currently not included in the AI framework. Researchers Loic Longong developed a transparency tool related to green AI called the Green Algorithm Calculator, which estimates the carbon footprint of computational tasks in accountability in AI. Next, I would like to talk about how can we as a country balance AI with sustainable development. So AI should use renewable energy and energy efficient system in order to reduce carbon emissions first, and second, it must consider the full life cycle of infrastructure, including water use and responsible hardware management. Third and last, I would like to say that AI innovation should protect the emissions and support long-term sustainability. My concluding remarks and policy recommendation for India would include that firstly, India should regulate and legally govern AI infrastructure. That our current environmental framework is not strong enough to protect the citizens as long as as well as the environment from the negative externalities of AI. Second, a green public policy should be formulated, and procurement of natural resources for AI data centers should be done using renewable energy. And third, that the government should enforce extended productive responsibility in AI hardware systems and formalize certified e-waste recycling systems so that the AI hardware that is being used in its material life is not wasted completely and is not disposed anywhere where it should not be. Thank you.
Yeah, participant, don't you think AI can both be a climatic problem and a solution?
Yes, sir, exactly. That is what our research question actually focuses upon, the dual nature of AI as an environmental tool, which can help in detecting pollution or reducing water and chemical wastage or climate disaster prediction, etc., as well as its negative externalities, which include carbon emissions, water wastage, water excess water heating, and also land use in an inappropriate way.
Sir,
Okay,
also, if
thank
I
you.
could add to the points of Bhavna, I would like to say that we are not against the use of AI. It is just that we know that it's very useful in today's world and we require it. We only want to say that we need to use it responsibility. If we are using it, we need to know how to dispose it so that it's not harmful for the environment. We believe in a balanced approach.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Manish Kumar.
Yes, Mr. Manish, please share your screen. You are not audible, Mr. Manish.
Sir, you are not
You're not
audible.
audible, Manish.
Good evening, everyone. Now I am audible, and my PPT also,
You
Yes,
are
sir,
audible.
you are.
Share it.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
and that my PPT is
Your
also.
PPT is not visible.
Now I'm asking that my PPT is.
Yes,
Yes,
sir,
sir,
it
you
is
can start.
visible now.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Manish Kumar, and a student of Nalanda University. Today, I will speak about the cybersecurity and state sovereignty in the digital age. My central argument is that sovereignty is not disappearing in the digital era. Instead, it is being reshaped by cyber-powered digital infrastructure and control over data. In that about introduction, I was telling about the digital technology has fundamentally transformed global politics. Traditionally, sovereignty was territorial. Physical borders defined authority, and states exercised power within clearly demarcated geographical spaces. But cyberspace does not follow these boundaries. A cyber attack can originate in one country, pass through servers in another, and disrupt infrastructure in a third. This creates a serious challenge to the traditional understanding of sovereignty. So the key question about becomes, how does a state maintain authority in a space that has no physical borders? This is why sovereignty today must be understood in the digital terms. In about that traditional versus sovereignty, in this slide I was telling that traditionally sovereignty means control over territory, non intervention in domestic affairs, and monopoly over legitimate force. Authority was land based and geographically defined. Digitally, sovereignty shifts this logic. Now, control over data flows, regulation of digital platforms, and governance of cyber space have become central. States are no longer competing only for territory, they are competing for influence over networks, information systems, and digital ecosystems. Authority is increasingly network based rather than purely territorial. In about why cybersecurity is central. Cybersecurity is no longer just a technical issue, it is a core national security concern. We have seen the rise of a ransomware attacks, cyber exposing, and digital interference in elections. Critical sectors such as finance, healthcare, energy grids, and communication systems we all are vulnerable. When these systems are attacked, the state's stability and authority are directly affected. Therefore, cyber security has become an essential as military defense in protecting sovereignty. In about infrastructure of cyberspace, although cyberspace appears virtual, it relies on very physical infrastructure. Undersea cables carry most of the world's internet traffic. Data centers store and process vast amounts of information. Satellites enable global communication. Cloud systems manage digital service across borders. Control over this infrastructure determines who controls data flows. In this sense, digital sovereignty is deeply connected to physical technological systems. Infrastructure has become a new foundation of state power. In about that, in my case studies, I take the European Union model. The European Union represents a regulatory model of digital sovereignty. It emphasizes rule-based governance, robust data protection frameworks, and standardized cybersecurity measures. Through regulations such as GDPR and the Cybersecurity Act, the EU has shaped global digital norms. Even companies outside Europe must comply with its standards to access its market. This shows that sovereignty today can be exercised through regulatory influence, not only through territorial control. In that about I was take China's cyber territorial model. In that China follow a more state-centric approach to the digital sovereignty. It emphasizes strong control over digital platforms, data localization policies, and strict regulatory oversight. In this model, cyberspace is treated as an extension of sovereign territory. Digital governance is closely linked to political authority and domestic stability. This demonstrates a different interpretation of how sovereignty operates in the digital age. And about that cybersecurity and the state authority, cyber power includes both defensive and offensive capabilities. States invest in protecting their networks but also develop offensive cyber tools. Controls over data flows, surveillance systems, and digital infrastructure has become a strategic asset. Authority today is exercised not only through military power but also through digital systems. Cyber capability is increasingly a defining feature of the modern state power. About fault lines in the global orders. However, this transformation also creates tensions. There is no
So
single.
kindly conclude your presentation since
Okay,
so
thank
kindly
you.
conclude your presentation since it's your last number.
Okay, in the last conclude, I conclude that sovereignty is not weakening in the digital age; it is transforming. Today, authority is increasingly defined by control over data infrastructure and cyber capabilities. Cybersecurity has become central to maintaining political stability and strategic autonomy. The states that shape digital norms, secured infrastructure, and manage cyber power will influence the future balance of global power. In that, I thank you everyone for listening me. Now, and
Thank you, Mr. Manish, for your presentation. I have no questions for you.
okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Kavita Hazarika.
Ma'am, you can start your presentation.
Participant, you are not visible. Kindly turn on your camera. Am I
Ma'am, can you
audible,
start your
participant?
presentation? Yes, sir, you are audible.
I guess she is having some network issue. We can move it with next participant.
Our next presenter is Aditi Dubey. Aditi Dubey.
Hello.
Ma'am, you can
Yeah, am I
start your
audible and visible?
presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'll start with the presentation then. Good evening, respected chairpersons and distinguished delegates. Across South Asia, we face persistent challenge, a structural divide between academia and industry. Universities generate knowledge, industries generate economic value, but the transition between the two remain fragmented. Today, I, Aditi Dubey, an MBA analytics student at IIM Kashipur, propose a structured solution, the micro research lab model, a scalable, outcome-driven framework to transform passive collaboration into measurable co-production. Traditionally, universities functioned as centers of teaching and academic research. However, today, they are expected to act as engines of economic and industrial development. The shift requires moving from theory dominant teaching to experiential learning for creating an innovation driven ecosystem. The question is not whether collaboration is needed, but how to institutionalize it structurally. Currently, academia industry collaboration typically includes guest lectures, summer internships, and industry input in curriculum where executives teach some modules to students. They build network definitely, but rarely produce measurable co created value. The limitation of existing models include mainly sporadic interaction, where the focus is too much on knowledge sharing and not joint problem solving. Misaligned objectives are there, undefined ROI, no clear performance metrics is in place from the industry side, and inequality in access, where urban institutions will benefit more than the rural ones. This creates transactional engagement instead of strategic partnership. There is definitely a need for structural reforms. We need to shift from short term engagement, passive sponsorship, and non aligned goals to long term organic partnership. Profit sharing mechanisms need to be brought into place. technology transfer and commercialization need to be brought in as well. And there is a need for system of continuous dialogue. This shift requires structural embedding within the curriculum rather than adding on more activities beyond this. So the proposed idea, the core idea of the micro research lab model is to students work in very small groups, let's say 5 to 7 students will work on real time business problem, not hypothetical case studies. More focus will be on the application side, where instead of theory for evaluation, let's say for example 60 is to 40, but this number needs more research to be definite about what should be the ratio. The stakeholders will be the students in small groups, the faculty who is leading the lab, industry expert, and the institutional coordination cell like IICs. In some colleges, they are there. The funding sources would be industry sponsorship, government innovation grants, university R&D funds, and profit sharing from the commercial outcomes of the industry. The implementation phase will be mainly divided into 3 phases. The foundational phase will focus more on institutional alignment and the faculty training. And in the pilot launch, the integration with the grading system will take place. And in the third phase, finally, the department-wide expansion and multi-industry agreements will be taking place. This will ensure scalability and sustainability. So unlike traditional models, this framework defines measurable quantitative metrics. For industry, it would be the ROI, productivity gains, and cost reduction. For institution, it will be number of patents that they have accumulated, licensing revenue, long-term agreements that are taking place with the companies. For faculty, it would be publications and revenue sharing incentives, which company shares with them. And for students, it would be placement rates, salary growth, and skill-based performance indicators. This transforms collaboration into accountable co-production. Finally, if we talk about the limitation of this model, so yes, it is a conceptual model and requires empirical validation as of now. The outcomes will vary as per the changes in policies and environment, geographic context, as well as the fund availability with the college. And there is also a risk of faculty overload where administrative support would be required, for which the structures need to be set up. And also this is designed mainly for business schools, and other schools will require more research. However, the broader impact is very clear that micro research labs unify the fragmented efforts, promote experiential learning, and create measurable long-term industry impact. To conclude, I would say that if a country aims to become a global innovation hub, it must move from the passive interaction to structured, measurable academic industry ecosystem. And Micro Research Lab offers a practical pathway to do exactly that. Thank you. I welcome your questions.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Yeah, should funding model shift towards innovation-driven output?
I could not hear, sir. Sorry, was there any question from your side?
Yeah, I am asking, should there be funding model shift towards innovation-driven output?
Funding model shift. Sorry, sir, please repeat the question. Funding model shift
towards innovation-driven output.
Yes, sir, definitely. Because innovation, sir, because if we have adequate funds, then only will the industries will pitch in and collaborate with more colleges. Institutes will have their R&D grants and funds, and they will be encouraging students to participate into this model more and more. So yes, I have shared that, in fact, that yes, industry sponsorship, government grants, R&D, and profit sharing incentives are required. We have one fund in place as well. It is FIRE by SIR as a body, government body. They already have a fund named FIRE, the full form to which is Funds for Industrial Research Engagement.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Kavita Hazarika.
Yes, ma'am.
You may start with your presentation.
Okay. Ma'am, is it visible?
No, ma'am, your presentation is
Am
not
I audible?
visible.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Now is it visible?
No, ma'am, your
No, ma'am.
presentation is not visible.
Okay, actually, my some network issue is going on. 1 second, ma'am.
Participant,
Ma'am, please share your presentation.
if you are having a network issue, you can come later on. Yeah, we can come with next participant.
Our next presenter is Kavita and Jennifer.
Are we visible?
Yes, you are visible.
Ma'am, you can start with your presentation.
Participants, your PPT is not visible.
1 second, sir.
Okay, we are exceeding time. Kindly present your PPT. All the
Yes, sir.
participants here, kindly keep your PPT loaded. It's an instruction to the host to moderate the times quickly because we are already exceeding by 20 to 30 minutes.
1 second, sir. It's
Ma'am,
uploading.
please share your
So
presentation.
1 second. Is the presentation visible?
Yes, it's visible. You can start.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening to everyone. Respected good.
Ma'am, please be adhere with the time limit. You have only 6 minutes and kindly complete it within the time limit. We are already.
Proceed with the next participant.
Yes, sir. Our next participant is Sia Swarnima. We'll move on further. Dr. Nazia Akhtar and Gayatri.
Yes, hello everyone.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, so because of certain medical condition, my co-author is going to present the slides. My co-author
Okay.
Gayatri is going to present the slides. Thank you.
Yes, you may present with your slides.
Yes, participant, don't delay. We are already delayed. You can just present your
Actually got
presentation.
disconnected. I'll just share it. Ma'am, please be adhere with the time limit. You have only 6 minutes in which you have to conclude your presentation.
Yes. Is my PPT visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I am Gayatri Koditala from Mahindra University. Our research paper is on from truth policing to due process, proportionate platform regulation under ICCPR and ECHR. So, in this research paper, this basically examines the regulation of online platforms, focusing not only on the necessity for regulation, but also on how this regulation can be harmonized with the protections of freedom of expression that are fundamental to liberal democracy. So basically discusses about this shift and transition from unidirectional mass media, which is passive in nature, to interactive social media, which is active in nature, where users receive, create, and share and amplify the information as well. So this democratizes voices but scales harm such as incitement, harassment, and disinformation at unprecedented speeds. So, in order to regulate this, the state comes with the blunt force through the state regulation by using instruments such as fake news statutes. These are the legislations, but these are very ambiguous and vague in defining what is truth and what is false. And punitive mandates like strict takedown orders with criminal liability, internet shutdowns, and criminal liability. Then the danger of state certified reality is that the Streisand effect, which is basically it brings up this paradox when certain content is available on the social media or any online platform, when it is being removed or it is being censored or it is being banned, it gathers more attention towards it. And also the subjectivity aspect of truth, because uh, truth is very subjective in nature, it cannot be objectified, and it changes with time, so it cannot be made absolute. So the global standards that discuss about this are the ICCPR Article 19 and ECHR Article 10. Basically, these both talk about right to hold opinions without interference and about the proportionality aspect that we'll be discussing later on. So the international law protects the process of speech, not just within the speech the state agrees with. So the three-part test for restrictions. So when any regulation is being put up, it has to adhere to the three steps. That is one, that is legality. It is prescribed. It should be prescribed by law, and it should be clear and foreseeable. Next is about the legitimacy. For what purpose it is being put up? For example, the national security or the public good. Third is the proportionality. Is it necessary and in only cases where the other alternative ways are not available? Uh, Clearly, it is failing because of its vagueness and excessive in nature. Then, so the paradigm shift is required from substance centric approach to the process centric approach, because process centric approach, it deals with and it addresses the issue of the due diligence and the transparency. It gives importance to the due process. So the model, that is the procedural constitutionalism that can be adopted, should be based upon the platform size and the impact it will have upon its users, uh, taking its scale into consideration. So the mechanism that can be followed, first one is the risk assessment and due diligence. So instead of reacting to something that has already taken place, prevention is the best method, wherein first we can identify the risk areas and next is to mitigate it, proactively designing the safety measures before the harm occurs, and third is by verification by external experts and timely audits. Mechanism two is with respect to the transparency and redress. So clear rationale has to be provided. That platform must explain why the content was removed and to what extent it has to be removed, and also the user must be kept in the loop. So user right to contest the decisions. So appeal process has to be given, and the disclosure. Transparency regarding the algorithmic parameters. So this gives users more interaction, and it will everything will be in their control. Then the least intrusive means, that is through rectification. This can be said as the scalpel approach, based on the context and the fact check. So correction is better than deletion. Labeling and more speech preserve the content for debate while mitigating harm. This avoids the Streisand effect and satisfies the proportionality test as well. So, throughout this research paper, the whole point was in order to shift from the truth policing approach to the due process, wherein due process adheres to the objectivity, that is the harm, audits and labeling as the scalpel approach that we discussed, and the three-part test about legality, legitimacy, and proportionality, and accountable democratic space. So through this, there is a constitutionalizing accountability that is being created because through regulations, the uh, marketplace has to be regulated, but not the ideas. So platforms must be accountable for their governance processes, ensuring they align with the
Ma'am, kindly
liberty.
conclude your presentation.
Yes, just a minute. Commitments of international human rights. So this is the last slide. So everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. Thank you.
Thank you, participant, for your presentation. I have no questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Kapita. Ma'am, could you please share your PPT?
Yes. Now, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, good evening, respected chair and my dear participants. My paper is about data privacy and protection challenges in the emerging technologies. I am Kavita Hajarika from pursuing LLM from the Apex Professional University. So, digital transformation and the privacy challenges. So, emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, cloud, and big data are expanding rapidly. So, as they are expanding rapidly, they are possessing a massive personal data extraction and algorithmic profiling, which creates the cross-border digital infrastructure. And this increases the automation, which replacing the human decision making. So, as a result, I could say that privacy protection fails despite expanding the legal frameworks, which creates a central paradox. So, the central argument is that data protection laws exist, the privacy rights are being recognized, but there is a strong institutions which is missing and an effective enforcement. So, which creates the which means the crisis lies in the government's failure, but not in the legislative absence. So this is the governance gap model which I have given here. It is due to the emerging technologies like the artificial intelligence, IoT, cloud, or big data. There are datas are being intensified, and due to this, because of the weak institutional and regulatory frameworks, there is an enforcement deficit, and due to that, there is an erosion of the public trust. So that emerging technologies are intensifying the privacy risks, like the click-based consent, which is not a real consent. So secondly is the algorithmic opacity and the bias, so which are creating the risk. Then large-scale data breaches are also there. Then cross-border confusion is creating. So these are structural, not accidental. So these are built into the system. So there are most researchers focuses on the technical solutions, compliance tools, and the legal principles, but there is a less focus on the enforcement capacity in the developing economies. So this is the gap in my research addresses. So governance and the enforcement deficit. So there are underfunded regulatory authorities which are having the limited technical expertise, which are overlapping the jurisdiction and the fragmentation. So we can say that laws are on paper, not it is in practice. This is the comparative regulatory capacity, which I have compared. That dimension is a regulatory framework. In GDPR jurisdiction, it is mature, but in developing economies, it is emerging. Enforcement activity is strong and active in GDPR and limited in developing economies, and the institutional capacity is high in GDPR and moderate or low in developing, and technical expertise is advanced in the GDPR jurisdiction and the developing in the developing economies. So this is the effective data protection integrated governance reform model which I have prepared. That as you know that privacy is a fundamental right, but the institutional strength and independence must be there. So where the technical safeguards, that is privacy by design, has to be maintained. So now I come to the recommendation and the conclusion part. So I can say that the institutional capacity with the funding and expertise digital infrastructure must be there, which ensure the independent and autonomous regulatory authorities. There should be harmonized global standards, and we should integrate the regular audit and impact assessment and the privacy by design systems. So which the data protection requires strong institutions and accountability to ensure innovation. Thank you.
Participant, do you think special protection should be needed for biometric and facial recognition data?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Akshaya Kishore and Dr. Govind Yadav.
Respected Chair, my name is Akshay Kishore, Assistant Professor and Research Scholar at Manipal University, Jaipur. I am presenting my paper on the topic Constitutional Safeguards Against Surveillance and the Individual Right to the Privacy in the Post-DPDP India. So, for this research paper, the research question is the rapid expansion of the digital surveillance technologies has outpaced the constitutional regulatory frameworks. We all know that in the current digital era, everything has been recorded, everything has been, we are on our fingertips. Actually, this is a ease, and also it creates some of the problems related to the data mapping, our data storage, cloud data related to artificial intelligence, and the data surveillance also, uh, and capitalism surveillance also. The central question for the research paper: how should constitutional democracy such as India, US, UK regulated digital surveillance without normalizing mass monitoring? Uh, if we all know that the surveillance is not just about the surveillance what we heard as a layman term day-to-day life, just that the police authorities has put someone on the surveillance. It's beyond that. The surveillance is not a limited scenario what we have experienced in the time of the emergency period of India and even the British period of India. But it's beyond that. Even in the time of in ancient India, at the time of Ashoka, there is a various significant instances of the surveillance. Even I've quoted in my research paper about the traces of surveillance during the Roman Empire and the Chinese Empire, how it was conducted and how it was there. And also there is a norm in the Roman Empire that a man's house is the castle for him. Even if I talk about in the 18th century, there was this scenario which came into action during the in the Europe, that the jurists have come with the I have mentioned in my paper that related to it, that they have put it because there was no technological surveillance currently at that moment. So they have created a surveillance criteria over the jail inmates, that the gate guard will always record the day-to-day activity of the inmates and how they are reacting, how they pursue their whole day in the jail. So even at the time of Sir Edward Coke, the learned judge Sir Edward Coke, he has also mentioned that an individual house is a fortress to him. It is just he resembles the same ideology which was quoted, which was settled as the principle in the Roman Empire.
even the Charter of the Fundamental Rights of the European Union, it also states that the right to protection related to personal data, that is the information in Article 8. Also, after the case Puttaswamy case in India, the right to privacy is a fundamental right, as in the dynamic article of Article 21. But even at the time of Khadak Singh case, I'm not going to in detail of the cases because we have a very limited time. But even in the time of Khadak Singh case, the dissenting opinions at that moment of that case of Khadak Singh, what is the state of UP, now become the one of the part of the fold test of the case Puttaswamy case, and how the right to privacy has become the first and foremost step for every individual in this country and even any other part of the world where is the constitutionalism and the democratic system is there. First of all, we have to understand how the conceptual framework of digital surveillance is working. It is not just about a process which works intentionally, that the state is doing the digital surveillance over someone, but it can be done by the who are the big players in the digital market, such as the Meta or the Google, or name that application which we are using for our day-to-day life. Also, I have made a clear list of instances how it has happened during the last 20 years and how it is impacting our life. Digital surveillance is it's systematic profiling of the behavior and analysis of through this digital infrastructure. The recording of the data, it's not just limited to the physical observation, but I have mentioned what
So kindly
happened.
conclude your presentation.
Yeah. So this it's that I have mentioned about the case Puttaswamy case has its the governing of the digital surveillance. I have also noted done of the some of the instances how it has happened during the Pegasus spyware investigation over the 50,000 people, and also the Aadhaar biometric ecosystem, how this is impacting our data. How the biometric, the sensitive data has been recorded without the proper mechanism, because it is just the Aadhaar Act and the IT Act till 2023. Also, the Arogya Setu app, it was a central, it's a centralized app in which it was implied by the Disaster Management Act during the COVID-19, and this the Arogya Setu app it's just contradicting to the judgment of the case Puttaswamy case. It's violating the right to privacy in Article 21. Also, I have in this chart you can also clearly it states
So
that
kindly conclude your presentation since you have already extended your time limit.
Okay. So as the regulate, we have a comparative analysis of the GDPR and the DPDP Act, which has been implemented just with this rules. How the exceptions what have been may have been provided into DPDP Act to the state is somehow infringing the right of individual. We have found out in the conclusion with the uh, European Union GDPR, with the Data Protection Board, and in the Data Protection Board of India, because in Indian Data Protection Board it's 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 established by government, and it's been working through the authority of the government. It's not an independent authority as in the Europe. So these are the final conclusions. And because in the democracy, surveillance will be there, but we require the particular laws, statutory norms to protect the personal individual's right. Thank you.
Okay, participant, I have one suggestion. I don't have any question for you. Specifically, the DPDPA, like I had also suggested this to one of the earlier participant. So in the DPDPA, we have section 4, subsection 1, clause B, which states the legitimate use. It clearly states for the government can take away anyone's data, even the data fiduciary can take away anyone's data without having the consent of the data principal if the uses is legitimate. So now the question arises, what is legitimate use? I will ask you to look
Yes.
into this aspect. specifically the
Yes, yes.
DPDPA, and come up with the appropriate reasonings, or also the model countries where how the other countries are looking into this kind of state surveillance. Because when we looked into the state surveillance, it is always a aspects of fundamental right violation. So in
Yeah.
order to come up with a positive fundamental right violation, or like coming up with the better welfare laws, how we can cater in India. So you can look into this aspect.
Thank you so
All right.
much, Jacob. I have mentioned these things in my research paper, which very extensively related to the comparison and the act, and also the what are the merits of the of the European structure in the GDPR. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Garima and Yashpreet.
Garima.
Your presentation is not visible, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am. Should I on my camera as well, or it can go this way around?
Yes, ma'am. Please kindly switch on your cameras.
Okay. Good evening, ma'am. So the topic of my research paper is ethical and responsible AI in autonomous systems, its challenges and future directions. I am Garima from Sanatan Dharam College and I'm assistant professor there. So I would like to talk basically about what an autonomous system is. It is basically a we used different things in our daily life, like sensors and all that. It is just integrated with it. Like autonomous evolution has increasingly designed and operates subsequent generations, creating novel ethical and accountability challenges requiring new governance models. And basically, we have some ethical challenges in autonomous systems which have not overcome yet, like bias and fairness systems, if we are using any biometric application that can judges you on the basis of your racism also sometimes. If you are driving a car and and it is dark at night, and the person has some like down complexion, then maybe the autonomous vehicle cannot judge the person, and maybe also the animal crossing by the road. So these are the some basic challenges which we are facing right now. So like of transparency and explainability, accountability and liability, safety and reliability as well. We have some responsible AI framework and guidelines, like IEEE has already prioritized human well-being and embedded ethics from system inception rather than the afterthoughts. We have also some healthcare AI frameworks validating to 10 dimension framework covering technical robustness, ethical compliance, data quality, and human AI collaboration. I do have some case studies as well. Like in military, we can in the recent time we have seen the war like situation between India and Pakistan. So we have such good autonomous systems that we can use to detect the drones coming from the opposition, and due to that we can also win, or we can also get into the such wars, like we have such good technical systems. And in healthcare also we use such systems, like for validating by expert consensus and also regulating the compliance and but sometimes these autonomous systems have also become a ban from for us also. According to WHO, over 1.3 million people die annually in road traffic crashes, with human error contribution to approximately 94% of those accidents, make AVs a promising mitigation strategy. We also have industrial robots which are adopting ethical guidelines, ensuring safety and accountability in the manufacturing environment. There are some research gaps and open challenges as well, like lack of standard ethical evolution matrices, scalability of ethical AI frameworks, cross domain applicability, integration of ethics into AI lifecycle. And there are some future directions as well, like meta responsibility systems, enhanced transparency, socio-technical, governance, and global cooperations. Also, I would like to tell you about the decision implication and research gaps. As I have already told you about the ethical challenges, we have a need of transparency and explainability. Importance of fairness and trust is very important, and regulatory and social impact also impacts the ethical challenges. Practical implications are for researchers, for developers, and for policymakers as well. And in the research gaps, I have told you about the data bias and privacy concern, explainability versus performance trade-off. And in the future, we I'll try to work on in my research paper. I have written about the how we can overcome these ethical and ethical challenges basically. And in the conclusion, I would like to conclude about the critical importance, progress demonstrated, collaborative actions, and collective visions. Thank you.
Yes, participant, who do you think responsible when autonomous AI causes a harm?
We cannot make any single person or in technology responsible for that. Like if if we are progressing in our day-to-day life, so that is also because of AI. But yes, if we use AI in such a manner that human becomes lazy, so that will be a ban for us, not a boon for us. For making it a boon, we have to work along with the AI, not make AI as a work.
Okay, got it. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Ritesh and Surya.
Am I audible?
Sir, you are not audible.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible.
Sure, thank you. Is my screen visible? Hello.
Yes, sir,
Is
it's
my
visible.
okay? So, good afternoon, good evening to one and all present here. My name is R.S. Ritesh. I'm from Sri Sairam Engineering College, final year student. My project is named as Pinna voting machine. The word Pinna refers to the outer visible part of the ear. Just like fingerprints, every person ears has a unique shape formed by the structures such as the helix and anti-helix. These structures remain stable over time and are less affected by the facial expressions. In this project, I used a unique ear features for biometric authentication. The idea is simple. Before a person is allowed to vote, the system verifies the identity using ear recognition and only then activates the voting machine. This creates a secure and contactless voting process. So, so even though we have some electronic voting machines, the authentication is still a major challenging. Manual checking depends on humans and can lead to mistakes. Fingerprint systems sometimes fail because the fingerprints can change due to aging or work conditions. Iris scanners are accurate but expensive and require control environments. Because of these limitations, many people face difficulties during verification. So the real problem is to how to design a voting system that is secure, affordable, and accessible to everyone. So this is my proposed solution. To address this issue, I developed a biometric voting system based on ear recognition. Based on touch, instead of using a touch sensor, the voter simply shows the ear to the camera. The system processes the image using the computer vision techniques and verifies the identity automatically. And key idea in my design is separating the authentication from voting. The voting hardware remains locked until the verification is complete. This means even if someone tries to access the machine physically, they cannot vote without a biometrical approval. So this side shows the software and hardware working together. The right hand side shows the Arduino based control system, and the left hand side shows the ear. Left hand side shows a biometric processing pipeline. First, the system processes the image using the computer first performs ear detection and authentication. Once verification succeeds, a signal is sent through the serial communication to the Arduino. Only then the voting button are enabled. This layered design improves system control and prevents unauthorized usage. I'm sorry. So this is the workflow. The process starts with real-time image capture using a webcam. The system then detects the ear automatically using HAR cascade classifier. After detection, the image is converted into grayscale to reduce processing load. Next, Canny Edge algorithm is used to detect and highlight the important ear counters which can contain the unique structural information. These exact features are compared to confirm the identity. If the match is valid, authorization is generated for voting. So these are the algorithms used in my model. I intentionally selected lightweight algorithms. Air cascade is efficient because it quickly rejects a non-ear regions and works well in a real time without any heavy complication. Canny edge detections help by emphasizing the ear structural boundaries instead of surface texture, making recognition more stable under light changes. Instead of deep learning, we choose methods that can run on normal system, making the solution more practical and low cost. So these are the hardware implementation I am used. So after the authentication, the Python program sends a signal to the Arduino. The Arduino controls the LCD and display and the voting buttons. Before authentication, the buttons remain inactive. Once enabled, the voter selects the candidate using push button and the result is displayed on a LED. This hardware gating ensures the voting happens only after successful verification. So these are my results. This image shows how the system processed the ear. Edge detection enhanced the important structures, segmentation along the ear region, and similar analysis matching accuracy. The system achieved overall 66% SSMI and overall 83% pixel similarity, showing the consistent authentication performance. These results confirm that ear biometrics can work efficiently for real-time verification. So this is my in conclusion. Pinna voting machine demonstrates how computer vision and embedded system can be combined to create a secure voting solution. By using ear biometrics and hardware kernel control, we in future to plan to integrate deep learning models and cloud-based database to further enhance the scalability. So thank you.
Yes, participant, do you think the biometric system is more reliable for electrical process?
Yes, sir.
It's more reliable.
Yes, sir. So actually, because we are using ear now, sir, so no fingerprints are involved. The fingerprints can be damaged due to aging or any cuts in the fingerprint region, sir.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Swam Saha and Jennifer Chaudhary.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Chaudhary and I'll be presenting Sustainable Economic Transition Through Investment, a study based on South Asian economies with my co-author, Mr. Shivam Shah. Sustainable economic transition represent a paradigm shift where economies grow while diverting away from environmental degradation through strategic investment in technology, innovation, and green infrastructure. South Asian economies have undergone significant transformations in recent years, driven by technological advancement, FDI, and policy reforms amid the intensifying climate crisis. Targeted technological investment has emerged as a crucial pathway for these nations to achieve development objectives while addressing environmental challenges. Technical innovation and post-co-op climate strategies are crucial for achieving carbon neutrality in South Asia was noted by Asif et al. In 2025. Renewable energy transition enhances sustainable growth with emissions threshold effectives influencing policy effectiveness was also seen by Mukhtar et al. Rest 12 other literature review are set in the paper. Moving on, research objective was to examine the structural technological transition and environmental outcomes in the long-term dynamics and to analyze the relationship between investment transition and environmental performance, short-run dynamics, and structure heterogeneity. The empirical analysis is based on annual secondary data obtained from the World Bank, World Development Indicators, the International Energy Agency, and Global Carbon Budget Database. The sample consists of four South Asian economies: India, Nepal, Bhutan, and Maldives, covering the period of 2020 to 2024. The environmental performance is proxied by per capita carbon dioxide emissions. Investment transition is measured through FDI inflows and renewable energy consumption, while technological diffusion is captured by the number of individuals using the internet database, basically depending on the number of uh, data centers and 4G and 5G towers. The dataset is structured as a strongly balanced panel, ensuring compatibility across economies and enhancing the reliability of the dynamic panel estimation. The study employs a balanced panel framework to analyze long run equilibrium dynamic and short run structure heterogeneity. It follows a sequential economic approach, testing cross sectional dependence, panel co integration, panel ARDL error correction, mean group estimation with Horstman test, panel quantile irrigation across emission levels, and structured break tests to ensure robustness across the equilibrium. Next, my co-author will be presenting.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, I will starting with the analysis and findings part. First of all, for the objective one, it shows that to prove the long run equilibrium relationship uh, between the carbon emission, renewable energy, and the internet users of the four nations taken for the study. Examine the equilibrium relationship between technological diffusion, renewable transition, and carbon emission using dynamic panel framework. Evaluated mechanism to confirm long run convergence. And estimated long-run elasticities and short-run corrections simultaneously. The findings were evidence of long-run adjustment supported by significant error correction mechanism, technological diffusion, which is the number of internet users in these four countries, exhibits expansionary environment effects in long run. Renewable energy contributes to emission moderation, particularly through dynamic adjustment, moderate convergence, speed, confirms stable long-run equilibrium process. Thus, the objective one establishes existence of long-run interdependence on the three variables. Coming to the next objective, short-run dynamics and structural heterogeneity. The analysis was done on a cross-country scope uh, to prove the heterogeneity in the short-run responses, examine distributional asymmetry across emission regimes, investigated temporal structure, uh, instability in relationships. The findings were strong evidence of cross-country heterogeneity was uh, in a short-run dynamics was found. Investment effects intensify in the higher emission regimes, confirming the structural asymmetry. Uh, Renewable energy consistency reduces emission across distribution levels. And the structure based breaks indicate policy and shock-driven shifts over time. Thus, the objective to confirms cross-sectional distributional and temporal heterogeneity. Coming to the conclusion part, it can be concluded that investment expansion must be aligned with environmental safeguards to prevent carbon-intensive growth patterns. Renewable energy deployment should be accelerated as it consistently supports emission mitigation across regions. Digital and technological transformation requires integration with clean energy infrastructure to avoid long-run environmental pressure. The green conditionalities in foreign investment policies, the FDI, and the climate-aligned financing mechanisms are very much essential in South Asian countries. The structural heterogeneity across the countries and over time calls of adaptive country-specific sustainability strategies, and lastly, the overall sustainable transition in emerging South Asian economics taken for this study depends on harmonizing investment flows, technological advancement, and renewable energy expansion with a stable long-run environmental framework. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, participant, do you have incorporated the concept of green credits and carbon depth in your paper? Because this is very pertaining towards your topic.
No, it was not incorporated in the paper. We'll be looking into it and the further work of the paper.
Okay, so like there are two suggestions the paper should incorporate, specifically the green care credit and the carbon debt. Along with it, also looked into the Sustainable Development Goals report of 2025 and also like I believe 2026 primary draft report will also be available in that website, UN Sustainable Development Goals. There
Yes.
you will look into the investment segment that how much investment is coming up for the green credits or the green inventions. Now there are two aspects of development. One aspect is like once there is a development, again along with development the carbon emissions is higher. So how to
Yes.
reduce those aspects, it is one of the primary theme of your paper. So looked into those and also take into consideration the model countries, which has like you can look into the European model countries where the carbon emissions is nearly net like less than 5%. How they are
Yes.
managing this?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Vaibhav Satish. So your presentation is not visible.
Yes, yes. Wait, wait. Is my screen visible?
No, not yet, sir.
Yet? Okay.
Yes, now it's visible.
So yeah, hi everyone. My name is Vaibhav Satish, and this is my research on auditing algorithm moderation, the influence of bias internal signals, and social feedback in online comment classification. So the core problem that I focused on is the current the current paradigm is such that majority of academic research treats moderation in the social platform as purely a text classification problem. So the reality, however, is that the real-world platform utilize complex and multi-layered signals. So this creates an issue that many of these signals are entirely hidden from end users and researchers. That creates what we identify as a transparency gap. So especially in the case, if you talk about the cases of like in the global south region, these issues carry heightened significance for democratic discourse in the global south. So, in the especially in the countries like post-colonial countries, developing countries, the these countries do not use social platforms that are built in these countries only, because most of the platform that we use are developed from global north regions, such as America and you know such countries. So if we take the examples of Instagram, X, or Twitter, is Reddit. These if we take like for instance, if we are not able to you know post cuss words in these platforms. If we use the F word, if we use the N word, we are not able to use that, because these platforms are majorly built using their own data. So so the moderation is quite specific to their regions only. But if we post the Indian related caste slurs, like caste slurs, we are able to post them because these are not optimized to these nations, the global south nations. Okay, so the framework that we propose is the MSMP framework, which is basically the multi-signal moderation pipeline. It is a, layered decision making process where diverse signals like textual, like when a comment is posted on the platform, it is visible to user. So that's one signal. That's a primary signal that is responsible for the moderation. Then there are social feedback signals. There are like upvotes, downvotes, and emoticon reactions, or even reply threads that comment gets. And then there are identity related signals. For example, if I make a comment and then I'm mentioning identity like demographic marker, like for example for race I'm mentioning white or black or Asian. For gender I'm mentioning female or male. Then these are called identity markers. And then there's another signal that is responsible for the moderation, which are internal platform signals. These signals are mostly opaque. These other signals are that I mentioned in the previous slides. uh, the moderation in these platforms are done mostly where they are developed from. So yeah, then these platforms use internal heuristics or even historical data that matters, that influence the moderation of a comment. But these are not like like instantly visible to end users. These are opaque. MSMP engine basically does the moderation, but takes into account all of these uh, equally. Like they matter as much as the textual content matters. So the moderation outcome we get is not just categorization. We get visibility modulation, meaning why exactly our comment is violating the policy. Like we need explanation and how much effect does the opaque signals have in our this moderation. And along with that we get obviously the escalation or removal of the content, the comment we make. Then, if you talk about the data and methodology, the data that I use is the currently running Carol competition dataset. And if you talk about the details of the dataset, the labels are neutral, mild, offensive, and toxic. And the distribution, if we talk, then there's a huge imbalance in the data set, which is like majority of the comments are majority of the comments are neutral, and minority are the toxic comments. So this is like 20 times the imbalance. And the
So
methodology, if we
kindly
talk about,
conclude your presentation. So
oh, sorry, yeah. So yeah, this is the then we perform the models and explain the use the SHAP values for explainability. So these are the findings. Finding, we get the internal metrics alone. The internal metrics that are hidden from the users alone gave us the F1 score of zero point 0.7, which is like very close to when all signals were used. We get the all signal accuracy as 0.81, and internal signals only we got the accuracy as 0.7. So this contributed as like 0.046 percent. And then the if you talk about the opaque internal signals, which it accounted like 21% of the model's decision influence is from the internal signals, and textual is 48% because obviously it's a primary signal. Then identity disparity references, when the comment in the comments where
so your
references were
time is
made,
over.
sorry, references were made, religion, they get the rates of like higher severity rates, 39.2%
So your time is
versus
over. Kindly conclude your presentation, sir.
okay. So these are my recommendation, that we need to abandon the static model cards for longitudinal audits. Moderation is a feedback loop where early signals snowball into severe escalation. And also there should be tiered transparency models. Proposed tiered transparency models disclose signal classes. I know, like we know that platform cannot disclose their algorithm why they are doing things, but there need to be a disclosure of classes that are responsible for internal classes that are responsible for moderation, but not immediately visible to end users, so they can be contest to why their comment or why their content is moderated. And then there's intersectional fairness testing, which mandate the intersection fairness, like ensure and identity linked language isn't weaponized by opaque internal heuristics. So, like we can know how these, what level of effect these, internal heuristics have on our moderations. Yeah, thank you. Sorry for taking too much time.
Thank you for your presentation. I have no questions for you.
Okay, thanks.
Next participants are Lopamudra and Parimita. Ma'am, you can start your presentation.
Okay, is my PPT visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, one and all present over here. I'm Lopamudra, and I'll be presenting my topic, the generative AI and deepfakes, a threat to the traditional copyright system. So, just imagine watching a video or of a celebrated author reading aloud from a book they've never written, or maybe a musician performing a song they have never recorded. So these are not really science fictions now, but this is the deepfake technology that we come across every single day of our lives. And the worst part is it is extremely difficult to differentiate between the original video and the fake ones. And my paper today is going to examine what I consider as one of the most urgent intersections in the contemporary law, this generative AI, the defect technology, and the fractures that it is creating in our traditional copyright framework. India alone has grown from 251 million internet users in 2014 to almost 950 million subscribers of the internet in 2024. This explosion of digital participation not only means that there are more content creators and there is more content, but it also means that there is more exposure to the AI generated content. Now, deepfakes are basically powered by the generative adversarial networks, usually known as the GANs, and they can produce hyper realistic looking synthetic audio, videos, as well as images that are virtually indistinguishable from the original ones. And the most important part is that they do this by learning from and reproducing the works of real human creators. So, my paper has three main questions, research questions. The first one is: are deepfake outputs themselves copyrightable? And does the use of training and source data constitute infringement? And the third one is: how are the moral rights and the personality interests implicated when a person's likeness or voice is digitally replicated without their consent? Now, coming to the first issue, it is the copyrightability problem. The main challenge here is authorship. So, under the copyright law in India as well as internationally, if we see, it is built on the premise of human creativity. There are multiple case laws, and even the FIEST standard in the US, they anchor the protection in original human expressions. Now, when an AI generates a deepfake video or audio, who is going to be the author in this case? Is it going to be the programmer? Is it going to be the one who typed the prompts? Or is it going to be the AI itself? Another possibility is that none of them get the copyright to that particular creation. Now, in the case of Thaler versus Vidal, that purely the court stated that purely AI generated works do not qualify for copyright protection. But under India's Copyright Act, under Section 2D, Clause 6, it gives protection for the computer generated works, but this is ambiguous and does not. It isn't very sufficient for the sophisticated modern generative AIs that we come across today. Now, coming to the second issue, which is the infringement at the training stage. This is perhaps more immediately pressing because infringement during the AI training means that the deepfake systems are trained on vast data sets, and this itself involves copyrighted images, videos, and voice recordings, as well as texts in certain cases. And these are often taken without the permission of the creators or the authors. Now, this raises serious questions under the reproduction and the derivative works doctrines. In India, the fair dealing exceptions are covered under Section 52 of the Copyright Act, which were drafted much prior to the AI era, and they do not give any guidance or clarity regarding this issue. Now, coming to the moral rights and the personality issues, beyond economic rights, if we talk about anything that the most important aspect of copyright lies in the moral rights and the right of publicity. Now, the Article 6 bis of the Berne Convention protects an author's right of integrity and attribution. And under Section 57 of the Copyright Act, it reflects the commitment. And if we talk about court cases, the Amarnath Sehgal case has confirmed this the robustness of this issue. Now, when we come to deepfakes, they just don't copy a work; they replicate a person or a celebrity's face, maybe a
Ma'am,
politician's voice.
kindly conclude your presentation since it's your last minute.
Okay, sure. So now, talking about certain suggestions that my paper provides. The first one is that the Indian Copyright Act must expressly clarify authorship rules for the AI generated works. The second is we need a sui generis database right to protect the training data sets. The third one is that a statutory right of publicity must be codified. The fourth is mandatory disclosure and watermarking requirements for AI generated content should be adopted, which is very similar to that of the European Union's AI Act's Article 50. And the last one is India must actively engage in multilateral forums, particularly at WIPO, to shape global norms before they are set out without India's involvement in them. I would like to conclude by saying that deepfakes are not simply a technological novelty. They are a systemic challenge to the very foundation of authorship, ownership, and the human dignity that the copyright law was built to protect. Our legal frameworks must evolve not reactively but with a foresight and interdisciplinary rigor. Thank you.
Yes, participant, why should AI generated works should be received copyright protection?
Sir, actually, my argument in this paper is whether they, by creating them, is it like, are there any laws that protect them? uh, I am not in favor of the fact that if a deepfake is created it should get protection, copyright protection, but I'm more concerned about the other legal aspects also, like if they are given the copyright protection on what grounds, because copyright simply states that it is something that comes from the human intellect, but deepfakes are m- mostly, if we talk about deepfakes, it is created by infringing the copyright itself. So my suggestion through this paper is it should not be given protection by creation of the deepfake, but it should be like there should be some guidelines provided that regulate the creation and generation of deepfakes.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Meena and you. Ma'am, kindly on your camera and show your PPT.
She is having some connectivity issue. We can move ahead with next participant.
Vishal, you can present the next.
So, hi all. So, our project is we have named it called Reagan. It is a multimodal AI framework for real-time security threat detection. So, what it basically does is the pre-existing security frameworks only consider single modal threats. That is, it finds whether you are an intruder or whether your emotion is disturbed or whether you are into some danger. It doesn't connect all of this. Our project connects all of that. In this solution, we have incorporated four main factors, which is facial recognition, emotion analysis, gesture detection, and RFID tags are being used as second factor of authentication. In facial recognition, what we do is we use MobileNet and we use OpenCV algorithms in order to recognize the face using the pre-existing CCTV cameras. And using that, we trained a model using FER 2013 dataset, and we got an emotion recognition algorithm. In this algorithm, we find the emotion of the students who are inside the campus. And in gesture detection, what we basically do is there are WHO certified gestures in terms of emergencies. So we detect those gestures. So when it comes to system architecture, we use Jetson Orin Nano for our main computing unit. And our camera network is a pre-existing network that's existing in every single college of India. And these RFID readers work as a second factor of authentication. So this is the pipeline that we have. So first, what we do is we do facial recognition. Once the face is recognized, that we do that to authenticate whether the user is permitted or not permitted inside the campus. And with emotion analysis, we make sure that the emotion of the person is being normal or not. At a basic level, we do the emotion which is alertable and non-alertable. We don't segregate it into happiness, awkwardness, or something like that. And when it comes to gesture detection, what we do is we find we first incorporated a set of 15 gestures. Like it was certified by WHO for emergencies. And then RFID, we use RFID readers in order to make sure that we have second factor of authentication. So yeah, one main feature that is incorporated in our research is only when the emotion is not normal, we get to gesture analysis. This is done in order to make sure that there are no fake alerts or there is no fake there is no fake alert that is generated, so that we could keep our database really, like, we maintain the authenticity and data reduction. So this is something how we classified our alerts. If somebody who's unauthorized enters the campus, we categorize it under critical alert. When it is behavior anomaly, we categorize it as high. That is, if a person is not being neutral, or if he or she has a really bad emotion for like a past 1 week or 15 days, we categorize them under high alert. And we have something called a well-being flag. This is something that when a person has a really bad emotion for a very long time, we send the analysis and report to the counselor, which is present inside every college. So yeah, these are the performance results that we have. So in emotion classification, we had around 89.2 percentage of accuracy. We conducted this research for 500 hours over like 120 students in our campus. And the gesture recognition precision was around 85.7%. Like we used MobileNet for this. So that we used MobileNet over YOLO because MobileNet is a really less weighted module, so that we do not have to over stress the CCTV cameras, as they are really outdated in our college. And one main factor that I would like to highlight here is we got only 4.1 percentage of false positive rate, and the average alert response was 1.8 seconds. Like this alert response latency of 1.8 seconds is something that that I feel like we achieved something, because it is 23% higher compared to single model AI frameworks. So these are the key advantages that we have. Uh, we We do not rely upon any cloud networks because I feel like in cloud networks there is a high risk of privacy for students in our campus. So what we do is we do edge processing with Jetson. We don't send data outside the campus of any student. Yeah, our future directions are going to be like we would like to elaborate the gesture vocabulary into a really large data set where it contains every single gesture that is possible. And we would also like to incorporate fingerprints with the RFIDs so that we could pinpoint the location of where the student is in our campus. And I would also like to say that this is the concept in which we have a patent as well. We have filed a patent and we got a patent. Yeah, that's it from my side.
Thank you, participants, for the presentation. I have no questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Now, Ankita ma'am will be next to present.
Present. Video file, image file, slides, and PDF.
Start presenting.
Then how does it so?
Present. That's all.
Yes.
Ma'am, you can start with your presentation.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Myself, Ankita Kumari, LLM second year, and I am from Central University of Tamil Nadu. Today, I am going to present my paper. My paper title is Circular Economy Driven Wastewater Solutions for Viksit Bharat Agenda 2027: Innovations, Challenges, and Policy Pathways. So, now I'm going to start, and then it will change. It's not. Here.
There is a PPT. Here.
Here is the PPT. So what as we know that water, food,
Ma'am,
yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I didn't get, ma'am.
No, ma'am, you can resume your presentation. Ma'am, you can resume your presentation.
Ma'am, it is visible. As we know that water,
Yes, ma'am,
food,
it's
and
visible. You can.
okay, ma'am. And as we know that water, food, and air is very essential for human survival. So, if we look water, so water is the essential for human survival, economic growth, and ecological balance. But for few decades, India is facing a very severe problem with wastewater management and rapid urbanization and industrialization and population growth. That problem is increasing day by day. So according to Central Pollution Control Board, they make one research, and then they found out that 70% of the groundwater of the India is wastewater. So the population is
Ankita Sharma and Yoga Garwal, you guys will be called next.
Yes, ma'am. Then I didn't get
Ma'am, Ankita is there only, and I am waiting there.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
So that discharges water is very untreated, and it is comes in the rivers, lakes, and aquifers. So they are polluting. So our if that untreated water is increases health risks for the million of the people. So at the same time, we are missing a big opportunity. If wastewater is properly treated, it can be reused. So through circular economy solution, we are recover clean water, energy, and nutrition, and which would help cities, industries, farmers, and the environment. So by treating and reusing wastewater, we can protect our rivers and support sustainable development. And by going this process, we can achieve our Viksit Bharat agenda, which is set by the government 2047. Then what are the objectives of my paper? So to analyze the limitation of conventional wastewater treatment models in it includes particularly centralized sewage treatment plants and their inability to ineffective reuse uh, 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 and to evaluate case studies from Uttar Pradesh like Agra, Kanpur and Lucknow that demonstrate the practical benefits and challenges of adopting sewage wastewater use in agriculture, urban and peri-urban context, and to assess the socio-economic environmental impacts of wastewater use under circular economy principle, focusing on soil fertility, agriculture productivity, public health and local livelihoods, and to examine the alignment of circular economy with wastewater innovation with India's long-term vision of Viksit Bharat Agenda 2047 and the Sustainable Development Goals. And why it's showing like that? I don't know why it is coming like. And the problem with statement is the India discharges over 70% of its untreated sewage and industrial effluents into rivers, lake and groundwater, exacerbating water security, biodiversity loss and health hazards. And linear wastewater treatment models are unstable and insufficient to meet India's long-term development goals. So there is a pressing need to transition towards eco-friendly circular wastewater management system that can simultaneously reduce pollution and recover water, energy and nutrition. So my research question is how can the adaptation of circular economy principle enhance the efficiency, sustainability and resource recover potential wastewater management system in India, and which eco-friendly and decentralized innovation in wastewater management are most feasible and stable within the socio-economic and environmental context of North states like Uttar Pradesh. Whether the available policies can accelerate sustainable
Ma'am,
wastewater use in yes, ma'am. Okay,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
kindly
I'm just
conclude your presentation since it's your last minute.
Okay, ma'am. So the key challenges is the low treatment coverage. A large share of wastewater remains untreated and flows into rivers, drains, and weak infrastructure like a poor. Many sustainable development plans are outdated, underperforming, and poor maintenance. So limited sewer networks. Many areas are not have proper pipelines to carry sewage treatment plants, and lack of reuse systems. So treated wastewater is rarely reused due to missing pipelines and market and awareness. So and what are the suggestions is extending the policies.
Sanjay and Girija can join
Strengthen the
them.
policies, enforce strict compliance, and promote large scale of the unified governance and PPP driven investment like a public private partnership. So if industries and peoples both are making giving initiatives, so then our Indian groundwater and wastewater treatment can be uh, fertilized and we can use in agriculture and anyway. And the last report, ma'am, this month report is came given by my United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment and Health. That is called, and that report is water bankruptcy. So this is the major issue, ma'am, in India. In India, if like that problem is happened, then India will face like that problem. So the finding is India treats less than one third of its wastewater, causing severe pollution of water. A circular economy solution like reuse, industries and agriculture, biogas recovery, ma'am. And if India adopt decentralized treatment, ma'am, then this problem can be resolved. So my final conclusion is, ma'am, policies is there and plantation rules is there, but implementation is the problem. So if peoples and industries comes together and they resolve the problems and make different rules, so we can achieve the sustainable development 6 and sustainable development, what are the goals is set by our government, SDG 6 and 12. We can achieve that agenda, and then the Viksit Bharat agenda can be happen, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes, participant, why do you think wastewater should be treated as commercial resource?
Sir, like in India, sir, circular economy. So circular economy is that, sir, ki using that water, why we are wasting? Because sir, in plantation process, sir, many sir, government is wasting, sir, investing money, sir. So every time wasting, sir. If decentralization is there, sir, so then. Uh, that wastewater we can use, and we are not in future, sir, we won't depend upon any countries for the water.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. The next participants who will be presenting is Yug Agrawal and Meena Kumari.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Good evening, respected chair and the fellow researchers. I am Yu Agarwal, along with my co-author, Ms. Meena Kumari. I will be representing Room IQ, an intelligent hybrid cloud architecture for IoT-enabled energy conservation in educational spaces. This work addresses a very practical and visible problem: classrooms where lights and fans continue running even when the room is partially or completely unoccupied. In the next 5 minutes, I will show you how Room IQ achieves up to 44% energy reduction while maintaining privacy, resilience, and keeping the per room cost under 8,000. Let me begin with the challenge. Educational institutions waste approximately 30 to 40% of lighting and cooling energy due to unoccupied classrooms. Existing solutions have clear limitations. PIR sensors detect motion but fail to detect stationary students during lectures, which leads to false shutdown. Schedule-based energy systems ignore real occupancy patterns and waste energy during cancellations or early class endings. Commercial building management systems cost between 50,000 to 2 lakh rupees per room, which is impractical for most institutions. Cloud camera systems raise privacy concerns over India's Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023. So, our research question was, can we design a low-cost, privacy-aware, and resilient vision-based automation system suitable for developing regions? Room IQ is our answer to this multi-constraint problem. It is a hybrid edge cloud system where intelligence is distributed between the room and the central server. Each classroom has a camera connected to a Raspberry Pi running YOLO V8 for local inference. Appliance control happens locally through relay modules. The cloud only manages configuration, analytics, and dashboards. It is not the part of the real-time control loop. The per room cost is approximately 7,400, satisfying the typical institutional budget constraint of rupees 10,000 per room. This architecture ensures cost efficiency, privacy through on-device inference, and resilience during network outages. The system consists of three layers. First layer, the edge layer, a Raspberry Pi 4B captures 640 by 480p video, runs YOLO V8 Nano at about 10 frames per second, and controls relays via GPIO. It also integrates temperatures, light sensors. Second, the cloud layer, a Django backend with PostgreSQL provides dashboards, configuration tools, and analytics. Third, the communication layer. HTTPS, REST, and MQTT protocols with TLS encryption ensures secure communication. Importantly, control latency is under 50 milliseconds because decisions are made locally on the Raspberry Pi. Even if the network fails, the edge node continues operating autonomously using the cached configurations. For occupancy detection, we use YOLO V8 Nano, quantized to 1.7 megabytes using TensorFlow Lite. It runs at 9 to 11 FPS on Raspberry Pi without GPU acceleration. To reduce false positives, activation requires 3 consecutive frames, and 2 minutes hysteresis prevents flickering. The innovation is smart zoning. Instead of treating the classroom as a single unit, we divide into 6 logical zones. For example, in a 6-row classroom, each row becomes an independent lighting zone. Fans are controlled using proximity-based radial zones. So if only 2 rows are occupied, only 2 rows consume energy. This sub-room granularity significantly improves efficiency and compared to PIR-based systems. Privacy was treated as a first-class architectural requirement. Room IQ supports 2 deployment modes. First is in privacy first mode, which is the default. All inference happens on the edge device. Video frames are immediately discarded. Only anonymized metadata such as count and zone IDs are transmitted. The other one is the security integrated mode. Optional encrypted on-premises recording is enabled for intrusion detection. Both modes use TLS encryption, AES 256, at-rest storage, and role-based access control. This aligns with GDPR, FERPA, and India's DPDPA 2023 requirements. Now we proceed to experimental results. We conducted a 14-day controlled deployment in a 60-seat classroom. Three conditions were tested: schedule-only baseline, PIR-based control, and the s- proposed solution, Room IQ. The schedule only consumed 116 kilowatt hours, whereas PIR reduced this by 28%, and Room IQ reduced energy consumption by 44% compared to the baseline and 31% compared to the PIR. More importantly, PIR caused 7 false shutdowns during lectures, while Room IQ caused 0 shutdowns. Detection performance also improved significantly. PIR achieved an F1 score of 0.79 due to poor recall, while Room IQ achieved an F1 score of 0.965 with 97% precision and 96% recall. This brings us to next slide, that is economic feasibility. The total hardware and installation cost per room is 7,400 rupees
So kindly
annually.
conclude your presentation.
Sorry, ma'am.
So kindly conclude your presentation. So kindly conclude your presentation since it's your last
Sure,
minute.
sure. So why room IQ is the main thing. When compared to the other solution, PIR is cheap but inaccurate for stationary occupants. Thermal imaging and commercial BMS offer similar savings but a significantly higher cost. Cloud vision systems depend on constant connectivity and raise privacy concerns. Room IQ occupies the optimal balance between cost, accuracy, privacy, and resilience. It provides sub-room spatial granularity at an affordable institutional cost. To conclude, Room IQ demonstrates that it is possible to simultaneously satisfy cost, privacy, resilience constraints through architectural design rather than algorithmic novelty. Our real-world deployment achieved 44% energy reduction with zero false shutdowns. The system is economically viable, scalable, and suitable for developing region institutions. Future work includes predictive occupancy modeling, reinforcement learning for adaptive thresholds, and HAVAC zoning integration. Thank you for your time. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, presenter, for the presentation. I have no questions for you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next participants are Sanjay and Girija. Ma'am, you can start with your presentation. So you can start with your presentation.
So, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Sanjay Rathod. My study topic is related to renewable energy expansion in South Asian nations, addressing grid integration challenge for resilient energy system. So, South Asian nations majorly consist of India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, and these countries are going into rapid urbanization and industrial expansion. And for that, there is rapid increase of energy demand, and based on that, India is already in the way of developing the system with renewable energy development. Also, the International Energy Agency highlighted that in 2026, India's energy demand will be between 6 to 7%, and that of global average would be around 3%. So, and the present capacity of India is 140 gigawatt for solar capacity, and it has already achieved more than 51% of renewable based energy generations. So the relevance is there is integration gap for the infrastructure and the capacity we are adding on the fast pace. With also we have to take into consideration that the global and climate temperature is rising, and because of that, there is climate induced disasters on the Indian Ocean, and it would be affecting the South Asian nations weather. Also, renewable energy integration and developing the capacity will also reduce the our dependence for coal as a fossil fuel for base load energy generation. So the with systematic review of literature, I highlighted some constraints which were majorly repeating that when we have renewable energy integrated in the existing grid system, majority of the literature highlighted load balancing issues, forecasting issues, and advanced controlling, reducing the synchronous inertia. And next, the studies were more based on technical simulations and policy reforms which should be implemented by various nations, because the centralized grid was more of coal thermal power based generation, which would be feasible for base load power generation, and integrating with renewable variation in generating output. There are more challenges to the existing grid system. Then after that, the renewable energy are more concentrated to the western region of India, more of Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Rajasthan, and they are more energy surplus states in terms of renewable energy generation, and this transfer of energy should be done to the other states for balancing the supply and demand. Also, the coal-based power plants cannot be phased out immediately, because in a long term and as a developing nations, we can't be easily rely on the renewable energy sources for immediate load balancing. So the objective of study is to ensure reliable non-fossil fuels power transmission, and how we can integrate in a smart grid modern grid with multiple flexible integrations. The methodology used in the studies are based on Prisma guidelines, and there was a secondary data from the national reports like Central Electricity Authority, government publications, and International Energy Agency, and academic literature. This help to analyze the framework, how the grid has evolved from decentralized regional grid to centralized one nation, one grid, one frequency, and then how the renewable energy is integrated in the system. So the further suggestions for proper grid management could be the wide area monitoring system, which is a real-time system uh, for managing the uh, uh, data of existing grid system. With a digital twin will be a real-time simulation model by which we will be adding AI-based suggestions for predicting the actual failures and possible decision-making options for sustaining the grid in proper management. Also, the solar advanced forecasting systems
Sir, could you
with
please conclude your presentation?
yeah, yes. Also, the solar advanced forecasting help in managing the generations. Next, there should be a social acceptance and human capital for skill development for future inverter-based and AI-based power system analysis. Also, if the public are aware about the clean energy, there would be less resistant to renewable energy project, which will improve our existing project life cycle. And next, rooftop solar projects will should be mandatory with battery storage installation in residential complex, which would help in burden out the centralized grid load during the peak evening hours. And there should be also be market reforms with price saying structure and addressing long-term power purchase agreements for generators and discom companies to uh, to make a possible fair flexibility in integration of renewable energy with base load management. Thank you.
Yes, participant, do you think government should prioritize resilience over rapid renewable growth?
No, sir, because if we prioritize rapid over renewable, the dependency, these generations are very variable, and we are not able to forecast the proper management in a long run, as we are more into storage system. We are also working on data centers, which would need a proper continuous supply, which could not be addressed initially by the renewable energy source on the present scenario.
Okay, got it. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Pujala. Ma'am, your presentation.
One second.
Ma'am, could you please present?
There is some error. My PPT is not coming. Can you give me a second?
If it's taking time, you can come later.
Sir, 1 second, sir.
Yeah, you can start. It is visible.
Sir, it is audible. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, and your slides are also
My
visible.
screen? Okay. Gender. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Kausalya Pujala from Central University of Tamil Nadu, and my topic is gender disinformation on social media and the limits of free speech, a comparative legal study. And gender disinformation is the creation and spread of false, misleading, or manipulated content targeting individuals based on their gender or sexuality. And at present, as of 2026 reports, there are 5 billion plus people uses social media worldwide, and these platforms weaponized misogyny disguised as political disclosure, satire, or opinion. And also, gender disinformation targets women and gender diverse individuals, and it uses stereotypes, harassments, deep fakes, and false narratives. And it creates a conflict between free speech and digital safety. And the objectives of my study is to examine the legal limits of free speech in addressing gender disinformation on social media platforms. And next one is to access whether existing legal frameworks are equipped to respond to its gender specific and technological driven nature. And gender disinformation. Gender disinformation operates as a weaponized misogyny. It is a combined nature of false narratives and with sexual harassment. It mostly targets women journalists and activities. And the tools were used for gender disinformation is mainly the deepfakes, image abuses, and threats. And the impact of this is offline violence. It goes to the offline violence and career damage. And in the G20 summit reports, they specifically said that there is a need for the legal recognition of the gendered disinformation. And if we see the core legal limits across jurisdiction, it is free speech is not absolute, but faces jurisdiction specific boundaries when confronting gendered harms. Like in India, we can see Article 19 Clause A. It tells about the freedom of speech and expression, and 19 Clause 2 it gives about the reasonable restrictions of freedom of speech and expression. And also we can see the cases like Shreya Singhal. It says that the laws were vague and for the right to privacy and for freedom of speech. And in Puthuswamy case, it tells that the privacy and the proportionality test. And if we see, and the effectiveness in India is that it is limited. And in EU, the Digital Service Act 2022, it gives a systematic risk inclusion, and also the online gender based violence and other things. And it creates a balance with dignity and privacy. It gives the strongest platforms and effect. And if we see the USA, under section 230, there is a platform immunity to the social media platforms, and the effectiveness is weakest. And if we see the comparative legal framework, now we can, like, India allows reasonable restrictions, but focuses largely on the individual liability and notice and takedown mechanisms. And if we see in EU, the EU adopts a systemic right-based model, requiring large platforms to access and mitigate risks. And the US prioritizes strong speech protection and provides broad immunity to platforms under Section 220. While EU explicitly addresses online gender-based violence, India and the US rely on general laws like defamation and harassment, which may not fully capture the systemic nature of gender disinformation. And if we see the key challenges we have, that is lack of integrated framework, that is information integrity plus GVB, gender based violence. And there is algorithmic amplification of harmful contents, and there is insufficient protection for vulnerable groups, and there is no clear recognition of gender disinformation as distinct harm, and there is limited systemic platform accountability, and there is a weak intersectional protections. And recommendations is structural reforms. Structural reforms are necessary to address systematic gaps, like laws should explicitly recognize gender disinformation as a distinct legal harm, and it should impose a platform risk assessment obligations, and it should ensure transparency in algorithmic systems, and it should adopt privacy by design and safety by design approaches. And the other one is procedural and protective measures. In addition to structural reforms, procedural safeguards are also essential.
Ma'am, could you please
Uh,
conclude?
yeah, sure. And when we and moving forward, it requires an integrated legal framework that simultaneously protects free speech while safeguarding women activities from gender disinformation. This framework must hold social media platforms systemically accountable for algorithmic amplification and design choices that enable harm patterns rather than relying solely on individual speaker liability. They should center protections for the most vulnerable targets like women, journalists, political candidates, and human rights defenders, while maintaining careful proportionality to balance competing rights without enabling over censorship of legitimate discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I have no questions for you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Anvita Rose and Dr. Sheetal Singh.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, sir.
You may start with your presentation.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, sir. My topic is today I will be discussing about the ethical governance of artificial intelligence in public decision making, challenges and policy framework for developing economics. This research discuss about about that major matter of concern in the developing economies, that as developing economies grow, we are using more technology to run our countries, and how do we make sure this technology is fair and safe for everyone? From science fiction to reality, as we know that AI has already been integrated in government offices, the government are shifting to automated system to handle massive amount of data quickly. We see such examples in welfare, public health, and law enforcement. Welfare include deciding who gets financial aid. Public health, predicting the spread of diseases and law enforcement helping to police identify the fraud, and the goal is simple: to make the decision faster and more accurate than the humans can. When efficiency eclipses fairness. However, being fast isn't always being fair. We face two big problems, that is algorithmic bias and a black box problem. If the old data we use the give the AI prejudice, the AI will simply repeat the discrimination policing of hiring. That is about the algorithmic bias and black box problem. Discuss about some of the AI systems are so complex that even the creator can't explain why why the decision was made. This goes against the right of reason explains. This main issue was seen in the famous case, that is State versus Lomas. The high cost of mass data collection. To work, AI needs data, lots of it, but it creates a surveillance risk. For example, facial recognition in public and can make public afraid to speak freely. Many of the developing countries have data protection gap, which collects sensitive data or welfare, but the information, but don't have strong enough laws to protect it from being misused. The dangers of the regulatory fragmentation. Right now, our rules are patchwork. Different ministers like health, home affairs might have conflicting standards. There are no single definition of what high risk AI can be termed as. The legal uncertainty makes it very sensitive. Health or welfare info, but don't have a strong. We have that a sensitive case in health and info, but don't have strong enough laws to protect being from misused. The dangers of regulatory fragmentations. It has been done. Uh, the digitalizing exclusion via infrastructure. As we know that expertise void, often government regulators don't have the technical skills to check the algorithm in working correctly. They leads to the vendor lock-in, where the government becomes too dependent in private tech companies and who holds all the secret information about how the system work. And we also have to talk about the connectivity divide that is facing that we are facing somewhere. And in a welfare system is 100% AI based, what happens to the rural population that we don't know that they have the internet connection, or furthermore the data we use that is old or low quality, that result into garbage in and garbage out, leading to the people wrongly excluded from the help they need. Technocratic mandates and democratic dialogues. AI policy is often used as a top-down managing decision that are made by expert and executives without using the public. Many citizens don't even know how computers making decision about their lives, because as data has been so much data has so much influence of the targeted things of the privacy, and that is a matter of concern. Many citizens don't even know that there is a lack of transparency can destroy the trust between the people and the state. Adopting global benchmark to local context. Some laws can also help in this context, like European Union used a risk-based law, and US focus on the Bill of Rights, and UNESCO focus on the human rights and capacity building. But developing economy should just copy paste these rules, and they just adopt from their idea which is not applicable in the local needs and the local reforms that is actually been needed, and that is should be solved on the local basis level. The path forward is
Could you
that
please
we
continue?
need a responsible AI framework, and that includes risk-based model, which treating welfare rights as a high risk, and human in the loop, ensuring that human always has been uh, finally say in the important decisions. Audits, that means checking for bias before the system is even used, and independent oversight, having strong authorities to protect the data. So overall, governing AI is not only just about the technical job, it is a constitutional duty to ensure the progress and actually make the democracy stronger. That's all, ma'am.
Yes, participant, do you think AI in public decision making requires mandatory transparency?
Yes, sir. I do think that it requires a mandatory transparency because as of now, AI is emerging so much. Everyone should be aware of if there will be transparency, then everyone will be aware of their what actually the things are happening in the society, and it is, as per my opinion, that it is a matter of concern that should be resolved because as we can see that lot of data privacy breach are happening day by day. So it is not only related to the internet and technical extent, it is also related to the personal relatable issue that comes under article 21, that is even a fundamental right. So that should be a transparency, there should be a transparency regarding that.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Aditya Raj and Dr. Latesh. So you can present.
सो हेलो हेलो यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ दिल्ली. सो मेरा टॉपिक है प्रिडिक्टिव एनालिसिस एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबल इनोवेशन एआई फ्रेमवर्क फॉर एथिकल फाइनेंस एंड रिस्क मैनेजमेंट.
So your slides are not
Participant,
visible.
slides are not visible. Yes.
One second.
Yes, you can continue.
It visible?
No, sir, it's not visible. Yes, sir, now it's um I think there is a issue
One second.
from your side.
Okay. Hello.
No, sir, your slides are yet not visible. Now it's visible. You may start.
Visible.
Yes, sir, you can start with your presentation.
So I proceed. Hello.
Participant, please do first. You have exceeded the time. Am I audible,
Participant, proceed
participant?
with your
One second.
presentation. You're exceeding the time.
So I'll present.
Yes, yes.
Please
Proceed with your
start with your
presentation.
presentation, sir.
One second, sir. Hello. Okay.
I don't think participant can
So
hear us.
मेरा टॉपिक है
Okay, present. Yeah.
predictive analysis and responsible innovation AI framework for ethical finance risk management. सो फर्स्ट मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन ये है कि फाइनेंशियल मार्केट काफी हाईली कॉम्प्लेक्स और डायनेमिक होता है. जो पुराने ट्रेडिशनल मेथड होते हैं वो फाइनेंशियल मार्केट में इस टाइम पे करंट टाइम पे काफी स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं. सो अगर हम एआई की हेल्प से इन्वेस्टमेंट या फाइनेंस में करते हैं तो काफी प्रॉफिटेबल होगा हमारे लिए. सो सेकंड थिंग, प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट की बात करें तो एआई के थ्रू अगर हम इन्वेस्टमेंट या फाइनेंस में करते हैं तो कितनी हद तक वो एथिकल है या फिर ट्रांसपेरेंट है डेटा रिलेटेड जो हमने यूज कर रहे हैं फाइनेंस में। एंड लिटरेचर रिव्यू की बात करें तो मैंने लिटरेचर रिव्यू में ये किया बेसिकली कि जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है उसकी मदद से कैसे हम फाइनेंस या ट्रेडिंग में हेल्प हो सके या फिर हम इन्वेस्टमेंट कर सकें जो हमें इनिशियल या बिगिनर ट्रेडर हो जो उससे लॉस होता है। जैसे कि ट्रेडिशनल मॉडल की बात करें, अरीमा मॉडल हो गए, अदर मॉडल हो गए, वो काफी स्ट्रगल करते हैं करंट टाइम में। अगर एआई की हेल्प हम ले तो काफी बेटर परफॉर्म करे, मार्केट को एनालाइज कर सकता है, पैटर्न को आइडेंटिफाई करता है काफी कम टाइम में। इसमें मैंने प्रिज्मा फ्रेमवर्क को फॉलो किया। प्रिज्मा फ्रेमवर्क बेसिकली ये है कि मैंने ओवर द 60 पेपर्स डाउनलोड किए जिसमें से 50 पेपर मैंने सेलेक्ट किए। उनमें से 39 पेपर मैंने क्या कहते हैं उसमें डुप्लीकेट जो थे या फिर इनरिलेवेंट थे उन्हें हमने हटाया, और 39 पेपर में से 30 पेपर्स को हमने एनालाइज किया जो मेरे डोमेन या मेरे टॉपिक की स्पेसिफिक हो। और फिर एंड एट द एंड मैंने 20 पेपर को सेलेक्ट किया जिसमें से मैंने अपने लिटरेचर रिव्यू को पूरा किया। सेकेंड थिंग, एआई ड्रिवन कस्टमर सर्विस। करंट टाइम की अगर हम बात करें तो रियल टाइम में एग्जांपल लें तो एचडीएफसी बैंक हो गए, आईसीआईसी बैंक हो गया, एसबीआई बैंक हो गए, ये अपने चैटबोट्स कह लें या फिर अपने ऐप के थ्रू प्रिडिक्ट करते हैं मार्केट को, ताकि कोई अगर कस्टमर अच्छे से इन्वेस्ट करना चाहता है उसमें हेल्प हो सके। तो ये 24/7 कस्टमर सपोर्ट देते हैं जो ये कहते हैं। कॉमन मशीन लर्निंग एल्गोरिदम की बात करें तो जो अगर लीनियर रिग्रेशन हम मॉडल करते हैं तो स्टॉक मार्केट में प्राइस प्रिडिक्शन के लिए होता है, लॉजिस्टिक रिग्रेशन क्रेडिट स्कोर के लिए होता है, डिसीजन ट्री पोर्टफोलियो ऑप्टिमाइजेशन के लिए होता है, रैंडम फॉरेस्ट फ्रॉड डिटेक्शन के लिए होता है, एसवीएम रिस्क मैनेजमेंट के लिए। बेसिकली ये मैंने मशीन लर्निंग के कुछ एल्गोरिदम्स हैं या फिर इस पे कुछ मॉडल वर्क करते हैं जो फाइनेंस में हमें हेल्प करते हैं। मेथोडोलॉजी की बात करें तो जो मैंने अपने मॉडल के लिए मेथोडोलॉजी यूज की है, मैंने हिस्टोरिकल डेटा को कलेक्ट किया है, फिर उसे डेटा प्री प्रोसेसिंग की है, फिर उसमें से फ्यूचर इंजीनियरिंग की है ताकि मैंने मीनिंगफुल डेटा को अलग किया है, फिर उस पर अपने मॉडल को ट्रेन किया है जो मेरा मॉडल प्रिडिक्ट करके बता सके कि अगर हमें मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करना है तो कौन सी हम शेयर्स को बाय कर सकते हैं या होल्ड करके रख सकते हैं। सो अगर हम बात करें करंट टाइम के एआई टूल्स काफी हैं जो यूज होते हैं, जैसे चैट जीपीटी हो गए, गोर्क हो गए, परप्लेक्सिटी हो गई, जो फाइनेंस में काफी लोग यूज करते हैं, बट
So
कितनी
could
हद
you
तक ये
please
ट्रांसपेरेंट है या
continue with
फिर
the presentation?
तो कितनी हद तक ये ट्रांसपेरेंट है या एथिकल है कि हम अपना डेटा दे रहे हैं तो कितनी हद तक प्राइवेट है। सेकंड, अगर हम कंपैरिजन टेबल की एआई की बात करें तो मैंने कुछ कंपैरिजन दिखाए हैं आपको कि कौन से एआई कितना मतलब वो परफॉर्म कर सकते हैं लार्ज स्केल पे कह सकते हैं। अगर हम करंट टाइम में बात करें तो कोई भी ऐसा मार्केट में मॉडल नहीं है जो इंटीग्रेटेड वर्जन यूज कर रहा हो। अगर हम मैंने इसलिए ये स्लाइड दिखाया क्योंकि अगर हम चैट जीपीटी और परप्लेक्सिटी को इंटीग्रेट करके हम मतलब मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं तो वो काफी बेटर रहेगा। तो मैंने कुछ केस स्टडीज किए हैं जिसमें मैंने ब्लैक रॉक हो गए, जेपी मॉर्गन हो गए, गोल्डमैन सैक्स हो गए, ये बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां जो पहले से अपने मॉडल को यूज करती हैं, जैसे अलादीन हो गए, जेपी मॉर्गन की लेक्सम हो गई। तो ये अपने मॉडल को यूज करते हैं, बट ये कुछ ही लोगों के लिए अभी करंट टाइम में अवेलेबल है, जैसे जो प्रीमियम या पेड करके देते हैं।
So
तो
kindly,
मेरा मोटिव ये
sir, kindly conclude your sir, kindly conclude your presentation precisely, sir.
तो चैलेंजेस एंड लिमिटेशन की बात करें तो मॉडल काफी कॉम्प्लेक्स और डेटा जो है वो काफी हाई करंट टाइम में। अगर हम ऑप्शन ट्रेडिंग की बात करें, लाइव डेटा पे अगर हमारा मॉडल वर्क नहीं करेगा क्योंकि वो काफी कॉम्प्लेक्स होता है। और दूसरी लिमिटेशन ये समझ लीजिए कि हिस्टोरिकल डेटा के बेस पे हमारा मॉडल वर्क कर रहा है। सो जैसे कि अगर बीच में कभी क्राइसिस जैसे 2008 की ले ले या फिर कोविड जैसे की, तो उस सब चीजों के लिए वो प्रिडिक्ट करने में कम होगा। अब रिजल्ट एंड इवोल्यूशन की बात करें तो जो मैंने ट्रेडिशनल मॉडल और करंट टाइम में एआई मॉडल जो पे वर्क कर रहे हैं उसके मैंने मॉडल को कंपेयर किया, तो एआई मॉडल काफी बेहतर परफॉर्म कर रहा है कम टाइम में, क्योंकि वो मार्केट को एनालाइज कर सकता है, पैटर्न फाइंड आउट कर सकता है। तो जो मैंने कुछ मेरे मॉडल की जो एक्यूरेसी आई है 89 to 94% आई है। हालांकि 94% अभी काफी कम है, 95 के अबव होनी चाहिए। बट अभी करंट टाइम में जो मैंने डेटा ट्रेन किया उस पे 89 टू 94 एक्यूरेसी है। जो 60 रेशियो है वो ट्रेडिशनल में मैंने कंपेयर किया 0.85 है। जो एआई मॉडल को ट्रेन किया मैंने 1.45 की आ रहा है। और मैक्सिमम ड्रॉडाउन की बात करें तो 22% आ रहा है, और एआई मॉडल की 14% आ रहा है। तो कंक्लूजन बेसिकली यही है कि मैंने जो इनिशियल ट्रेडर है उनके लिए हेल्प हो सके अगर हम कोई ऐसा इंटीग्रेटेड एआई मॉडल बनाए जिसके थ्रू वो इन्वेस्ट करे। जो बिगिनर्स जिन्हें कम एक्सपीरियंस होता है वो इन्वेस्टमेंट में काफी लॉस उठाते हैं, उनके लिए हेल्प हो सके। सो कुछ ये रेफरेंसेस है जो मैंने यूज किए हैं, और थैंक यू सर।
Thank you for presentation. I have no questions for you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Amit Rawat.
So kindly start with your presentation. So kindly start with the presentation. So kindly switch on your camera and kindly start your presentation. Your time has already begun.
Participant, you are not audible.
Sir, you are not audible.
Hello. Hello.
Sir, you are
Yes, sir.
audible. Kindly switch on your camera.
Ma'am, my camera is not working right now.
Okay, you can
So
start
kindly start.
your presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Amit Rawat, and I'm here to present my study, investigation the efficacy of machine learning model for monthly rainfall prediction in Pauri, Garhwal, Uttarakhand. Rainfall prediction play a crucial role in water resource management, agriculture planning, and reservoir operation and disaster mitigation. Climate change has intensified the rainfall variability and increasing the flood frequency and drought and affect the hydroclimate system, infrastructure, and biodiversity. For this purpose, the statistical model does not capture the non-linear interaction of atmosphere. Hence, for that in that case, we used full machine learning model in order to predict rainfall for Himalayan district of Uttarakhand, Pauri. This is the general description of our study area. Pauri is the one of the district of Uttarakhand, having area of 5,200 kilometer square and have a diverse topography. We have used data from NASA Power Data Access Service for 42 year. And in order to predict the rainfall, we use the input parameter as relative humidity, windy speed, surface pressure, and temperature. These all the input parameters are used to develop the model. And this is our framework for this study. We collect the data and process it and then we use gamma test to develop the best input parameters. And after that, we develop four machine learning models: linear regression, ANN, random forest, and support vector regression. And after that, on based on the performance evaluation, we choose the best model in order to predict rainfall in the Himalaya district of Pauri. The machine, these are the description of our models. Machine learning regress, MLP, MLR, machine MLP, just assume that the relation between non-linear parameters and the rainfall, and the artificial neural network work on the principle of the human brain, in which there is a three crucial stages to in order to get prediction. First is the input state, and after the hidden layer, and the output, and then output. This is the conceptual diagram of ANN model. And then a support vector machine. Support vector machine predict the model based on their kernels. And the random forest model is the assembled model, in which each it is based on the decision tree matrix, and each matrix gives their prediction. And based on each metric prediction, after that, in last, the average of these model prediction is get this model reduce the variance of each tree. And these are the performance evaluation models. We use four statistical parameters here: R square, RMSE, NAS circuit efficiency, and PYS. Result and discussion. First of all, we find the best model for the rainfall prediction based on the gamma test. The gamma test work on the principle that it measure the minimum mean square error, and from this combination of various input parameters, we get the seventh combination as the best parameter for machine learning development, as it gives the gamma statistic and v values very low. These are the statistical indices which telling about the which model is the best for our study area. From this table, we are seeing that the random forest gives the best results, as it outperform all the models in training and testing. These are the training and testing plots for the all the model, where MLR is showing good interaction between observed and prediction.
So kindly conclude your presentation, sir.
Okay, based on the machine learning parameter, the random forest emerge as the most reliable and most accurate model for prediction in the Podi Gadwal region. And also the ANN also comes at the second position, as for having strong potential for hydrological forecasting. Beyond rainfall prediction, random forest can enhance disaster management, drought forecasting, crop modeling, and early warning system, contributing to resilient and climate adaptive strategies. Thank you.
Thank you, participant, for your presentation. I have no questions for you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Mamta.
Is my slide visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Kindly
ma'am.
start your presentation.
Okay, good evening, sir. Today I'm presenting my paper titled as Consumer Readiness for Green Technology, an empirical study of e-waste disposal practices among urban youth. So to begin with, electronic waste or e-waste is one of the fastest growing type of waste globally. India is also among the largest producers because rapid digital growth and increasing use of electronic devices. Even though the India has laws such as e-waste management rules and policies like extended producers responsibility, most e-waste is still handled by informal sector. So The central question is that if people already know about e-waste is harmful, why don't they dispose it off properly? So the objective of my paper is first to understand the level of uh, sorry to understand the level of awareness of e-waste risk management among urban youth. Second is to examine their actual disposal behavior, and third is to identify which policies and solutions they support to improve recycling practices. The methodology which I have used is empirical study based on the real data collection through Google Form survey. The study includes 137 respondents from different countries of India. The key findings of the paper are most respondents have said that they are aware that e-waste harms the environment and health. However, only a small number actually use formal recycling or disposable centers. So this clearly shows that awareness alone is not sufficient for the action. So let's understand what are the key barriers to the proper disposals. So my study has found that there are four major barriers. First one is that most people don't know where collection centers are located. Second one is some find the process inconvenient. Third is there are concerns about the data and privacy issues with regard to phone, laptops, and iPads. And last one is informal collectors often offer money, making it more attractive. So the issue is not just awareness, it is also about the convenience, trust, and privacies. Uh, Now let's understand how my study is contributing to the field. This study provides an empirical evidence on how urban youth think about and behave regarding e-waste disposal, and also it shows that the awareness action gap is not only a behavioral issue but also a structural one influenced by policy, infrastructure, and incentives. The key recommendations of my paper are: first, improving awareness campaigns by giving practical information such as locations, collection centers, and disposable procedures. Second one is strengthening extended procedure responsibility. So companies provide a visible and accessible take back programs. And third one is expanding recycling infrastructure, including more collection centers and doorstep services with regard to collections. And last one is providing data security assurance to build among the consumers. To conclude, urban youth in India are environmentally aware and willing to adopt sustainable practices. However, to turn awareness into action, we need a better implementation of policies, more accessible recycling system, and a stronger incentives. Uh, that's all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Mamta, for the presentation. I have no questions for you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Geda Bhavani. Ma'am, you can start with your presentation.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen. Is that my screen is sharing? Visible?
Yes,
Hello?
it's visible.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, very good evening to everyone. My topic is artificial intelligence and patent inventorship, regulatory challenges in governing AI regulated inventions. While coming to the introduction, AI and the evolution of inventorship, in the field of creativity and discovery, artificial intelligence is rapidly evolving from its conventional function as a tool to collaborate. A modern AI system are capable of more than just task automation. There are also produce original concepts, build scientific models, and even produce actual products without the need of direct human involvement. Today, AI is transforming the innovation by independently generating novel technical solutions. Previously, patent law is the rooted in a human inventorship and mental conception. Autonomous AI challenges traditionally doctrines of inventorship and inventive step. Certainty exists regarding the ownership and liability for the AI generated inventions. The risk of the concentrated monopoly power if exclusive rights are granted unchecked. If considering the post Dobos decision, while the post Dobos case was, I will discuss in next slide. reject the AI inventorship but ignore the broader governance concerns. In India, the Patent Act 1970 lacks the clarity on AI generated inventions. Well, these are my research objectives. I mentioned the 4 research objectives. First one is to evaluate whether existing patent law framework adequately address the AI generated inventions, to examine the human centric foundations of authorship and the inventorship in the AI context. And the third one is to finalize judicial and administrative responses, including India, in the post Davos era. And the fourth one is to propose an interdisciplinary governance framework for regulating AI generated inventions. Well, coming to the Davos case in the international key international cases, taking as a US, UK, and European unions and other countries and other jurisdictions. Davos means device for autonomous bootstrapping unified system, that is an AI system listed as an inventor by Stephen Thaler. Well, coming to the United States, in that United States, Stephen Thaler filed the patents for the particular Davos. Davos is a robot. That was created by the two inventions. The court held that under US patent law, an inventor must be a human being. The robots and other computer generated inventions are not considered for the patents. The United States were rejected the patent application. Another country like European Patent Office, the Davos patent application also denied there. United Kingdom, Thaler versus Comptroller, in that UK courts ruled that UK law required human, that is actual device. The court noted that recognizing an AI as an inventor would be need to change in states. And other countries like South Africa, why I mentioned the first country for South Africa is South Africa is the only country to recognize the Davos as an inventor. South Africa patent law does not explicitly define the inventor for the PCT applications. Another country for Australia, federal court in the 2021 justice bench held that AI system can be legally recognized as a patent inventor. The inventor first, initially the Australia was accepting for the patent for Davos. Later, the patent application was rejected. And third country, Japan and China, South Korea, as well as India, these are the countries are rejected for the AI as an inventor because of the human beings are the only the inventors of the particular creativity or in particular product for the giving to the legal personality. And the challenges for excluding AI as an inventor, the legal gap under the current law, AI as a non-human cannot be listed as an inventor. This leaves AI generated invention in a patent limbo. And another thing is ownership dilemma. If no human is inventor, patents cannot be granted. Forcing a human proxy creates a fiction which may deter those inventors from the patenting AI-driven works. And another thing is patentability criteria. The novelty and inventorship are assessed as if human made the invention. It's unclear how an AI data driven creativity process fits these standards. And doctrinal mismatch. Patent law is protected. No human cannot conception as a pattern of based inventions blur the lines. For example, no person skill in the art models for the machines. These are the issues means that completely excluding AI inventor could create the legal and practical deeds and in the patent system. And I would recommend the legislative proposals and doctrinal shift from the India, redefine the inventorship. Inventor Section 2, amend the definition to explicitly low autonomous AI system to be considered the inventors as appropriate cases. Amend the application rule of Section 6, permit a human, but in that case, inventor or operator to file on behalf of an AI, act as a legal or steward or representative. Strengthen the disclosure. Section 10 requires the patent application to disclose an AI involvement in the inventive process, enhancing the transparency and examinations policy. And enhancing the examination, Section 11 institutes special review procedures, for example, technical and ethical experts panel for an AI generated patents. These reforms aim to modernize the AI patent system for AI driven innovations without abandoning core IP principles. And constitutional and policy backing from the reforms are: first one I taking as a scientific temper, Article
Ma'am,
51
kindly
AI clause
continue the
says,
presentation, ma'am.
just one more slide. The Constitution argues the citizens to foster a scientific outlook. These values support law that encourage the innovation, including the mission-led creativity, right to property under Article 300A, and the policy initiatives. And the risk of inaction and global competition is innovation slowdown innovation slowdown, and another one is legal fiction, patent quality decline, and loss of leadership. And I finally concluded that AI forces legal rethinking. AI generated invention defines a key pattern assumption. Human inventor mental conception. India stands at a crossroads. Perils of status quo, maintaining the human only inventorship while likely suppresses the innovation, legal misattribution, and India's position in the international IP market. India's opportunity is acknowledging the AI as an inventor in the balanced way can place in India that forefront of modern IP list. I could call to the action for policymakers and IP stakeholders must proactively reform the Patent Act and related policy to create an ethical, innovation-friendly IP regime. An updated flexibility patent system will support the technological progress while uploading the justice and economic growth. Thank you for this opportunity.
Participant, what do you think global harmonization should address AI inventorship dispute?
Sir, I'm not getting, sir.
I am saying, what do you think about global harmonization should address AI inventorship disputes?
So if we are addressing the AI in the future, the economic growth of the global level was increasing, and we should balancing the AI patents and human creativity also. The disputes regarding the like Davos case, it should address the 17 jurisdictions. The Davos case was filed, but the only country, South Africa, is the only given the patents. The remaining 16 countries are thinking about the legal personality would. But in that case, the economic value for generating the AI inventorship also loss is there. We should also think about that, sir.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Bhavadharani.
Ma'am, kindly present your PPT.
Yes, yes, just 2 minutes.
Ma'am, we can call you next if there is any technical issues.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Is my screen is visible?
No, ma'am, it's not visible.
Yes,
Now
ma'am. Now
it is visible.
So, good evening to the honorable dignitaries and the participants. So, basically, I am Bhavadharani from second year LLM in Business Law, and I am doing my LLM in Business Law in School of Excellence in Law, the Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University. And my topic for today's presentation is AI integrated brain-computer interface, legal and ethical limits in its patent protection. So before understanding the interoperability of brain-computer interface, let us take an example. What if I say a paralyzed person can move the cursor of a computer system by his brain signals? Or what if I say a paralyzed person can move his wheelchair by his neural signals? So it sounds like more illogical one, right? But it is possible by using the technology called as brain-computer interface. So brain-computer interface is a neurotechnology which has the ability to transform a neural signal into a digital signal. So this is available both in the surgical as well as in non-surgical system. So BCI technology, it is a combination of hardware, algorithm, neural data, and the artificial intelligence. So basically the process which is involved in this brain computer interface is that first we all know that our body is basically consists of neural that is peripheral neural system. So this neural systems will help to convert this neural signals into electrical signals. So basically this that is BCI technology will be implanted above or inside our brain. So as a result of it, the neural signals will be collected and by this BCA technology and algorithms, this neural data will be converted into digital data. So by mission, as a next step, this digital data will be converted into commands, which has the ability to command the external devices such as a wheelchair, or it can be a cursor of a computer. So this is the process involved. So talking about the research gap and research question of my study is that, so we all know that software is a copyrightable subject, and hardware with which is novel, have an inventive step and an industrial application, it will be a patentable subject matter. And artificial intelligence is not an patentable subject matter, as it was held in Tyler versus controller of patent on patent case. So basically my research question is that, when all this technology is put together, whether it's a patentable subject matter or not. So as a result of this, the following are the research questions: whether AI assisted neuro decoding technology can be patented or not, and secondly, whether the neural data are patentable or not, and whether the compute, that is this BCI technology, attracts the 3 clause K of the Indian Patent Act, which basically deals with non-patentable subject matter, and who will be the inventor in this particular technology, and finally, what are the ethical and the human rights issue with regard to this particular technology. So these are my research questions. So talking about the patentability issues, when a patent application is filed for this BCA technology, the inventive step is the it is novel in nature, it has an industrial application in robotics, gaming, etc. And the main problem arises during the scrutinization in the terms of inventive step. So section 3 clause L basically deals with medical treatments or not patentable subject matter. And section 3 clause K basically states that the computer program per se and algorithm are non-patentable subject matter. And thirdly, section 3 clause B states that invention against the public order and morality are non-patentable subject matter. So first, talking about section 3 clause L, which basically states the medical treatment or non-patentable subject matter. According to the medical devices rules of 2017, it has listed out certain technology which can be used for a treatment, but it has completely expressly excluded this BCA technology, considering it as a digitally processing device. So this particular section, which gives it is a non-patentable subject matter, will be excluded, and it qualifies as a patentable subject matter. Next, talking about section 3 clause K, which basically states that that the computer program and the algorithms are non-patentable subject matter. But in a case of Farid Halan versus Union of India, which has stated that when an hardware is coupled with an algorithm which has a technical application, then it became a patentable subject matter. So when we take this BCA technology, it is a combination of hardware, algorithm, as well as it has a technical application. So we all know that we have a neural system in our body. So it has a certain it uses certain mechanisms such as reception, transmission. Next, it will take it to action. So this particular biologically available system is created by a human in an artificial sense. So it has a technical application. Finally, talking about and in this particular CC versus Sunray Computer Limited case, in this particular case, it was held that without a software, an hardware is just a dumb box. So the patentee application must be respected for its innovation, and it should be a patentable subject matter. Next, talking about the as a result, like computer related invention guidelines.
Ma'am, kindly conclude your presentation.
So talking about the next research question, that is inventorship, who can be a true owner? So in AI assisted work, so the hardware, that is the hardware developer, can be an inventor, or he can claim the ownership in this particular case. And talking about the ethical issues in this particular aspect, over dependency can cause the feeling of exclusion from the community, and it has serious concerns with regard to the privacy, since it involves a computer technology. And since the machine learning algorithms are used, so it has different impact over different demographic countries around the countries. So this is next ethical problem. So to conclude with, so neural data is basically not recognized in India. Neural rights are not basically recognized in India under Article 21. So it must be brought within the ambit of the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, so that the informed consent, that is how the data must be used, can be like data minimization principle can be adopted here. And in a AI assisted technology, it can get a patentability, but the amount of AI which is assisting it must be clearly defined by the policymakers. Thank you.
Thank you, participant, for the presentation. I have no questions for you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Swara Kulkarni and Kanad.
Hello, good evening. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible.
I'm sharing the screen currently. Is my screen visible? Is the presentation visible?
Yes, it's visible. You may start.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kanad Limaye.
And I am the co-author Swara Kulkarni.
It is an immense pleasure to be given this opportunity to present our work at such an esteemed conference. Our topic of research is titled An Analysis of Technical Autonomy and Legal Responsibility in AI-Powered Surgery, a Policy Framework. In the coming years, the integration of AI into surgical workflows is expected to redefine surgical methodologies, ushering in an era of precision-driven, data-backed, and patent-centric delivery. But we must ask a question. Do we really have the infrastructure to back up this massive law development? In our paper, we have divided it into two parts, the technical as well as the legal landscape. Uh, Considering the stages of autonomy, excuse me. Yeah. Looking at the current scenario, we can see that autonomicity in surgical robotics has achieved quite good progress with Da Vinci systems in the front or as the front runners. As you can see from the diagram, in the current scenario, as of 2025-2026, we have seen the level of autonomy in surgical robotics to be classified broadly into 6 levels, with level 0 as no autonomy or complete surgeon control, and level 5 being full autonomy, that is no control of the surgeon. Now, my co-author, Ms. Swara Kulkarni, will explain about the legal analysis. Thank you.
Good evening. The central problem that our policy paper deals with is the lack of the comprehensive framework available in the legal landscape in India for a comprehensive policy regarding AI-powered robotical devices. The central problem with the Indian regulatory framework is that it is structurally misaligned with the nature of technology that it seeks to govern. So, at present, the surgical robots are regulated under the Medical Devices Rules of 2017, and they are overseen by the CDSCO, which is the Central Drugs Standards Control Organization. This framework was originally designed for pharmaceuticals and conventional hardware based medical devices, and therefore it classifies devices primarily on the basis of risk categories from class A to class D, and it focuses on pre market approval of physical products. Now, while this model works reasonably well for static devices like implants or diagnostic tools, it fails to capture the defining feature of AI powered surgical systems, which is that they evolve after their deployment through software updates, through data exposure, through learning mechanisms. So, first, the Indian framework treats surgical robots as products and not as dynamic systems. So, approval is granted to the device at the point of the market entry, but there is no meaningful recognition that the robot's behavior may change over time due to any algorithmic updates or any new training data. As a result, the regulatory oversight ends too early and precisely when actually the risk begins to increase. So, secondly, this post market surveillance in India is weak and fragmented.
Currently, the Material Vigilance program relies on voluntary and delayed reporting of adverse events, and there is no real time monitoring, and as well as there is no publicly accessible event database. So, hospitals and surgeons are using robotic systems which lack timely updates on failures or software errors. Therefore, transparency is also reduced, and it prevents patient safety, or it prevents patient transparency and patient trust. And this also prevents the system from learning systemic mistakes. Thirdly, the framework ignores the institutional readiness. Indian law approves
Ma'am,
devices.
ma'am, kindly
Yes,
conclude the presentation, ma'am.
sorry?
Ma'am, kindly conclude your presentation since it's your
Yes,
last
sure.
minute.
Okay, sure, ma'am. So our policy talks about three stages for governance of the framework. The first stage talks about the semi-autonomous devices, and in this stage we deal with real-time supervision for devices which are in the stage which are not fully autonomous. The second stage deals with autonomous devices which have real-time guidance and human guardrails, and the final stage deals with complete autonomy. Therefore, we present a structured governance policy on the basis of the level of autonomicity and not on the basis of risks. The thing which this type of a three-tier model solves is the risk-based classification, which is actually blind to the kind of anticipatory technological developments that we are yet to face. With that, I would just like to state about the way forward, which is that we need to build institutional readiness, prioritize the digital infrastructure. And this is very necessary because, like in other countries such as US, EU, Japan, which have an institutional national framework ready, India does not have a central authority which can govern all of these robotic devices. Thirdly, the secondly, the classification should be based on the three-tier model rather than the risk-based classification, which only accounts for technical challenges but does not account for anticipatory technological developments. And this should also be done in accordance with human oversight management. This is because whenever there is a human oversight attached to it, the level of risk automatically reduces, and this in turn needs a capable surgeon, capable hospital staff trained for it. Therefore, the governance focuses not only on the robotic part of it, however, also on the hospital management and a technical bundle as the hospital structure, infrastructural staff of it together. And this, in our opinion, would the pre-market surveillance, deployment of the device, and the post-market surveillance together would lead to a better technological and legal framework for the upcoming years for autonomous devices and AI powered robotical surgeries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Participants, what do you think AI brain can interfaces be patented without ethical compromises?
I couldn't get your question. Could you please repeat it?
I am saying, can AI brain interfaces be patented without ethical compromise?
Yes. Currently, the ethical policies which are being deployed include the Beijing treaties, and there are several other treaties which have been deployed for ethical considerations. And if these ethical considerations are being employed at the time of the construction of the device, then surely patent systems can also be built on the ethical framework as well.
Okay, thank you for presentation.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Pooja Tiwari. Ma'am, you
Ma'am,
can
kindly
start
switch on your
speaking.
camera. Ma'am, are you there?
Ma'am, your
Ma'am,
mic
kindly
is.
unmute yourself.
Participant, you are not audible. Please unmute your mic.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, you can start.
Okay. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I am Pooja Tiwari, and today I will be presenting my paper on the digital child. My study evaluates the critical gaps in South Asian legal frameworks regarding minor data privacy and proposes a shift towards algorithmic protection and ethical governance. The core problem. The problem is twofold. First, children are the most active yet vulnerable users. Second, current laws like India Digital Personal Data Protection Act create a verification paradox. To protect a child privacy. We ask for more sensitive data like Aadhaar or parental IDs to verify age, which ironically increases the risk of mass surveillance. Structure failures of notice and consent. We currently rely on the notice and consent model. However, in South Asia, digital literacy is uneven. This leads to consent fatigue, where parents clicks I agree without understanding the complex data sharing terms. Furthermore, consent is not a real choice. If refusing it means the child excluded from essential ed tech or social platforms. Algorithmic manipulation and dark patterns. Privacy is not just about data, it's about cognitive autonomy. Platforms use dark patterns, deceptive designs like infinitive scroll and autoplay to maximize dwell time. These algorithms exploit a child lack of impulse control to create addictive loops which a simple consent button cannot mitigate. Comparative analysis. My paper compares South Asian standards with the UK age appropriate design code. The UK model is revolution because it shifts the burden from the parent to the platform. It mandates safety by design, meaning if a feature is profitable but harmful to a child, the child's best interest must prevail by law. And the second, the EU GDPR the EU GDPR means the European Union General Data Protection Regulation kits introduce a tiered protection system instead of a one size fits all rule. It recognizes that a 16 years old, a 6 years old have different maturity level. It grants older minors more digital autonomy while providing stricter safeguards for younger children. The South Asian gap. Finally, the gap in South Asia is the lack of digital accountability. Our law focused too much on parental consent, which is often just a checkbox. My paper argues for regional standards that force platforms to be responsible for the psychological impact of their algorithms on our on our youth on our youth. Technological solution, zero knowledge proofs, JKP. I propose a technological fix, zero knowledge proofs, JKP. This allow a platform to verify that a user is under 18 without actually knowing their identity or storing their documents. It provides privacy preserving age assurance, ensuring safety without building a dangerous database of children's identities. Policy recommendations. There are three policy recommendations. I recommend three major shifts. Firstly, mandatory privacy defaults. High privacy must be the default for all minors oriented services. And second, ban on behavioral ads. Platform must only use contextual ads for children. And third one, digital ombudsman. We need a dedicated regional body for fast track grievance redressal of minor related digital violations. Conclusion. To conclude, the protection of the digital child is not just a legal hurdle, it is a public health necessity. South Asia has the opportunity to lead the global south by moving from a passive permission model to proactive protection by design framework. Thank you.
Thank you, participant, for the presentation. I have no questions for you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Gayatri and Ankita. You may start presenting.
Ma'am, may I know whether it is visible?
Ma'am, kindly present your PPT.
Ma'am, is our screen visible? We are trying to share the screen actually.
Ma'am, may I?
Ma'am, is there any issue in presenting the present PPT?
Ma'am, is our screen visible while presenting the slides?
If you are having a problem, you can come later on. We can move forward with the next participant.
Ma'am, like we are trying to present it, but it is not showing.
We can call our next participants.
The next presenter is Pothani. You may start with your presentation, Pothani.
Ma'am, can I present now, ma'am?
Yeah, you may
Yes,
proceed.
ma'am, kindly start your presentation and time has started.
Okay. Good evening, ma'am. My name is CDIPR Potani, and I'm from the Department of Artificial Intelligence and Data Science at Mohan Babu University. Today, I'll be presenting my paper on artificial AI applications in industry, healthcare, and governance. Introduction: AI is no longer just a theory; it is being used in real hospitals, real factories, and real government offices right now. In this paper, I have reviewed how AI is being applied across three major areas: industry, healthcare, and governance, looking at what is working, what are the challenges that are faced, and what comes next. AI in healthcare. In healthcare, the biggest use of AI is medical imagining. That is 30% of all AI, healthcare AI. Computers are reading X-rays and MRI scans and detecting diseases like cancer sometimes as accurately as specialist doctors can. The second biggest area is clinical documentation at 25%. AI listens to a doctor talking with a patient and automatically writes the notes. This saves doctors a lot of time. Drug discovery is of 18%. AI is helping scientists find new medicines much faster, and patient monitoring at 12%. Means wearable devices are using AI to alert doctors before a patient's condition gets worse. Healthcare AI key applications. AI is also being used for mental health, detecting signs of depression and anxiety by analyzing how people speak and write before a crisis happens. Prescription medicine is another big area, using your personal genetic data to give you treatment made specially for you, not one size fits all approach, but there are challenges too. AI can be biased if it was not trained on diverse data. It can hard it can be hard to explain why it made a decision, and protecting patient data is a serious concern. AI in healthcare. In industry, the biggest application is predictive maintenance at 28%. Instead of waiting for a machine to break down, AI uses sensors to predict when it will break and fixes it early. This has reduced unexpected breakdowns up to 50% in some industries. Supply chain AI at 22% helps companies predict exactly how much stock they need, so they don't run out of quality of materials. Quality control at 20% uses cameras and AI to inspect products on the assembly line hundreds per a minute, catching defects better than AI humans can. And the energy management at 14% helps factories use less electricity. Industry predictive maintenance and supply. These two images show that what predictive maintenance and supply AI look like in practice. Sensors on a mission sending alerts when something is wrong, and AI tracking products from the supplier all the way to the consumer. The main challenge for industry is that many factories use old equipment that was not designed to connect to AI systems. It costs a lot to upgrade, and workers need to be retained. AI in governance. In governance, AI is helping governments serve civilized earlier better. Public service delivery is the biggest area at 26%. AI chatbots on government websites answer questions about taxes, benefits, and permits any time of day. Fraud detection at 24%. AI looks through millions of financial records and finds unusual patterns, and that might be fraud. Policy analysis at 18% means AI can show what will happen in a few law if a new law is passed before it actually happened. And smart city management at 16% uses AI to control traffic lights, street lights, and city infrastructure more efficiently. Governance AI, smart cities, and ethical issues. But using AI in government also raises serious questions. When an AI decides whether someone gets a benefit or owns more tax, that person has right to know why and right to challenge it. If the AI was trained on biased data, it could treat certain groups of people unfairly. And using AI for surveillance like facial recognition raises big questions about privacy and civil rights. There are not small problems. There are things governments and lawmakers around the world are actively trying to solve right now. What all three domains share? After reviewing all three domains, I found three things they have in common. First, the trust. AI only works if the doctors, workers, and citizens actually trust it. If they do not understanding, they will not use it. Second, the law is behind in every area. AI is being used faster than rules and regulations can keep up with. Third, the fairness. The benefits of AI are mostly going to rich organizations and wealthy countries, while the risks are falling on people who are already vulnerable. A conclusion and future hope. To wrap up, in healthcare, the future is a personalized medicine based on your own DNA. In industry, it is fully automated smart factories. In governance, it is AI tools that let citizens see the effects of new laws before they are passed. But across all three areas, this paper says AI must always be human centered, fair, accountable, and technology. Technology should serve people, not the other way around. Thank you.
Participant, do you think public sector AI faces more stricter regulation than the private sector AI? Am I audible, participant? Hello? Am I audible, participant? Am I audible, host?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, we can move ahead with next participant.
Thank you. Our next participant is Vaishnavi and Pavitra.
OCR, which focuses on designing a lightweight OCR framework for low-end smartphones as well as laptops. In many rural and semi-urban areas, smartphones with 1 or 2 GB RAM are the still primary digital access point. However, most high accuracy OCR systems today depend heavily on cloud infrastructures. This creates several problems like internet dependency, latency, privacy risks, and high computational requirements. So we asked, can we design an OCR system that works efficiently even on constrained devices? Our study focuses on three core questions. First, how can OCR be adapted for resource constrained hardware? Second, how can dependency on cloud infrastructure be reduced? Third, can lightweight fine tune lightweight fine tuning meaningful improve recognition performance? Based on this, we designed the FEJS framework, which architecture includes image processing, line segmentation, lightweight OCR model, local fine tuning, conceptual federated aggregation mechanism. In this phase of work, federated learning is structured at the architectural level, while experimental validation focuses on local optimization. For prototype validation, we used English handwritten segmented dataset consist of approximately 1,500 lines. A lightweight baseline OCR model was evaluated first, then targeted fine-tuning was applied under constrained computational conditions to simulate low resource deployment. The baseline model achieved accuracy approximately 30 to 40%. After fine tuning, accuracy improved to 75%. Although the final accuracy is moderate, the improvement demonstrates that even lightweight adaptation strategies can significantly enhance performance in constrained devices. From the results, we observed that targeted fine tuning has a strong impact on performance. Data centric adaptation can compensate partially for hardware limitations. Meaningful improvements are possible without full cloud reliance. This suggests that optimization strategy is often more important than model size in low resource settings. It is important to note that this study represents an initial step. Federated deployment across multiple devices was not fully implemented in this phase. Multilingual validation and energy consumption analysis remain part of future work. To conclude this, to conclude this work, To conclude, this work proposes an edge-oriented OCR framework designed for low-end smartphones as well as laptops. We demonstrated the targeted fine-tuning improved recognition accuracy from 30 to 40 percentage to 62%. The study highlights that designing AI system for emerging economies requires attention not only to accuracy but also to device constraints and deployment feasibility. Thank you.
Thank you, participant, for your presentation. I have no questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Gayatri and Ankita.
We are trying to like upload the file.
You can start with your presentation, ma'am.
Uh, Good evening, respected panel members and everyone present. We are going to present on the topic of climate-driven disease spread and biotechnology law, preparing South Asia for future health patterns.
So I'll go with the introduction. I'm co-author Ankita. We are from Riva University, Bangalore. Um, so the introduction, climate change is
Ma'am,
not
you're
a,
not. Ma'am, your voice is not clear.
it's not audible.
Ma'am, now?
Is it audible?
Your voice is not clear.
Hello. Am I audible? Like, can you hear my voice properly?
Yes, ma'am, you can continue with the presentation since your live.
Your
Yeah.
voice is not perfectly audible. Can you check your mic?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it? Am I audible?
It's scattering.
Can I continue? Ma'am, can I continue with the presentation? So the introduction.
Ma'am, is there any technical issues you can present at later point of time?
Like, am I audible? Like, my voice is audible?
Your voice is not perfectly audible. It's scattering too much. You
I'll
can come later on. Check your mic. You can check your mic first. We can move ahead with next participant.
Our next participant is Vishal Kumar.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, sir, you can speak.
So, myself Vishal Kumar from Maharaj Agrawal College, University of Delhi, Department of Chemistry. So, the title of my research is to collection and analysis of particulate matter, which is PM 2.5 and PM 10, before and after Diwali in Delhi University College. So, what is the abstract of my study? It is given here that this study aims to measure campus level air quality and effect of local sources. Sample collection was done in Maharaja Agrawal College, University of Delhi. Duration of the sample collection was 48 hours before and after Diwali celebration. So AQI was also noted down during the sample collection and placing of the samples. So in this study, I have studied about total 55 and 192 particles, which were particulate matter here particles. And before and after Diwali celebration using field emission is we can say scanning electron microscope and images software. So, and the result of that 9% and about 10.5% particles were in the range of 2.5 micrometer, and about 56% and 61% were in the range of 10 micrometer in length before and after Diwali. After that, so the introduction of this is that what is PM point 1? It is the particulate matter which has size less than or equal to 0.5 micrometer. After that, what is PM 2.5? It is the size particulate matter which has size here 2.5 less than or equal to 2.5 micrometer, and PM 10 is equal to just the particle which has size less than or equal to 10 micrometer. So in this one, as we all know that pollution has become a major issue in rapidly growing cities here. So here they are the, we can say, lot of disease we are facing due to that. The diseases are like allergic respiratory diseases, malfunctioning in respiration and asthma, negative lung development and lung cancers, and DNA damage as well. After that, what was the method of this study? First of all, I have selected the sites. Then I have prepared the sample material, then collection of the samples, and then SAM analysis, and then statistical analysis and interpretation of the result. These are some pictures of sample preparation of the sample collection kit. So I have used a carbon tape on a circular, we can say circular slide, and I have kept that in a petri dish, and it was covered until I have exposed it to the environment. After that, after the sample collection, and we can say these are the SAM pictures which was just taken of the sample which were collected before Diwali, and AQI at that time was 2 to 5. So as we can see here, there are a lot of we can say samples here, particles which are, some are bigger in size, some are smaller, and different crystallized like structures are also there. After that, these are the same images just after Diwali celebration. So you can see the difference here, that what was the level of here particulate matter before Diwali, and what is the level of particulate matter after Diwali. It suddenly increases a lot. So here, as we can see here, there are some circular spherical particles and some ribbon-like structures, and here some crystal-like structures. Here there are a lot of things. So this is the here comparative SAM based analysis of ambient particulate matter before and after Diwali. So here particle loading densities. So here it was a low to moderate particle deposition before Diwali, and after Diwali it suddenly changed. And a scientific interpretation was significant increase in particular concentration after particulate concentration after Diwali. Dominant size fraction was here 2 to 8 micrometer before Diwali, and occasionally it was 10 to 20 micrometer. And after Diwali, it increased just broad size distribution 1 to 50 micrometer, and abundant fine and coarse particles. There are a lot of like this. And after that, fine particles, coarse particles, and particle here. This is a type of particulate matter. After that, particle morphology type 1. So it was irregular, angular, crystalline particles. And after Diwali, highly abundant jagged shoot here or metal oxide aggregate were there. Particle morphology type 2. It was rare spherical particles, and after Diwali, it was numerous spherical, subspherical particles, which the size of those particles were 1 to 10 micrometer. So it here it may be high temperature condensation from fireworks, molten droplets after solidification. Now agglomeration patterns here widely spaced smaller aggregates. It was before Diwali, and after Diwali, it becomes just a dense. Conversion indicators negligible before Diwali, but after Diwali, it was a strong presence of shoot clusters and condensation. Source attribution here, it was before Diwali, it may be natural cluster dust, roadside dust, and something like that. After Diwali, it may be here firecracker residue and metal oxide, shoot vehicular exhaust, and secondary aerosol, something like that. So this is some results before Diwali. As you can see that they are just we can say a less density, but after Diwali it just increased a
So
lot.
kindly
As we
conclude
can
the
see here,
presentation, sir.
okay. I'm just concluding that here. This is the comparison before and after of the Diwali, and here in conclusion, comparison of SAM images of particulate matter collected before and after Diwali clearly indicate that a substantial increase in PM particles after Diwali. So presence of both fine and coarse particles, PM 2.5 and 10, and large aggregates clearly indicate that firework related combustion signature. The present study focused mainly on qualitative comparison of particulate matter before and after Diwali, and a more extensive qualitative study would reveal better insight about nature and exact level of particulate matter. So this was all about here of my presentation, and these are the references. And now, thank you. I'm now open for questions.
Yeah, participant, don't you think educational institutions should impose stricter pollution control during festive seasons?
I'm not able to listen you properly.
I am saying, don't you think educational institutions should
Hmm.
impose stricter pollution control during festive seasons?
Not able to understand, sir.
Uh, is there a problem with my mic? Am I audible?
Yeah, now it is clear.
Yeah, I am saying education institutions should impose a stricter pollution control during festive season. Don't you think?
Yeah, it should be like that because here. because a lot of students, faculty just spend a lot of time there in educational institute as well, and there was also a lack of data about that. No one was comparing the things like that, what is the condition of educational institutions and what is the here amount of particulate matter get deposited over there. So just for that purpose I just done that study.
Okay, thank you for presentation.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Parth.
Yes. Wait a
So
minute.
kindly switch on your camera and present your PPT. Sir, is there any technical issues, sir? We can call next participants.
Gayatri and Ankita can present now.
Good evening, respected panel members and everyone present. Myself, Gayatri, and my co-author, Ankita Brahma, uh, from School of Legal Studies at Reva University, Bangalore. We are going to present on the topic of climate-driven disease spread and biotechnology law, preparing South Asia for future health burdens. Now, my co-author will be starting the presentation.
So I'll start with the introduction part. Climate change is now. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'll go with the introduction. Climate change is no longer an environmental issue, it is a public health emergency. In South Asia, rising temperatures and floods are driving dengue, malaria, and cholera into regions that were once safe. The question is not whether biotechnology can help, but whether our legal systems are prepared to support it.
The aims and objectives of our research paper is to study the impact of climate change on disease spread in South Asia and to evaluate the role of biotechnology law in addressing future health patterns. The objective is to examine climate-driven vector and waterborne diseases, to analyze biotechnology solution and legal frameworks in SAARC countries, and to identify gaps and suggest reforms for stronger regional cooperation. The key research questions that we have focused on our research paper is: does South Asian countries have enough resources for biotechnology to function efficiently? Causes and effect of climate-driven diseases. Are existing biotechnology legal frameworks sufficient to manage climate-driven health risk? How can legal harmonization and policy reforms improve regional preparedness for future climate-driven health burdens while addressing inequalities between developed and developing countries?
So, climate-driven diseases in South Asia, dengue and vector-borne diseases. Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Maldives are experiencing rising dengue outbreaks, while Pakistan and Afghanistan also report high malaria cases. Waterborne diseases, cholera, typhoid, diarrhea. Bangladesh, Maldives, Nepal, and Afghanistan facing rising outbreaks due to floods, sea level rise, and contaminated water systems. Heat-related and climate stress illnesses. India, Pakistan, and Bhutan report rising heat wave deaths, while Afghanistan facing high environmental mortality. Next is role of biotechnology in tackling diseases. So, India supports with genomic research and biotech startups. Maldives is expanding nationwide laboratory services, while Bhutan and Bangladesh are strengthening enteric diseases surveillance systems. India invests in AI-driven biotechnology and biomanufacturing. Bhutan has established regional health research centers. India, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka have structured biosafety laws, vaccine policies, and biotechnology institutions supporting climate health responses. Afghanistan and Nepal face shortage in structured and skilled manpower and rely on World Health Organization assistance and regional cooperation for disease control and surveillance.
When it comes to legal frameworks, there are no unified legal framework in which the country can abide and follow it. Instead, there is a fragmented laws that the countries have come with their own law with regard to that. Like in India, Regional Center for Biotechnology Act 2016 they are following, under which the Center for Biotechnology was constituted. And in Bangladesh, they are following National Institute of Biotechnology Act 2010. Bhutan focuses very much on genetically modified organism project, like they have come up with the BT cotton, Biosafety Act of Bhutan 2015 and Biodiversity Act of Bhutan 2022. International convention in which all the South Asian nations have ratified. The primarily Convention on Biological Diversity or Cartagena Protocol, Nagoya Protocol, and Biological Weapons Convention and WTO Agreement. The major loopholes and challenges that we have uh, that major loopholes and challenges are lack of enforcement and surveillance deficiency, lack of regional harmonized law, insufficient investment and resource allocation for climate health biotechnology, and implementation gaps despite ratification of international treaties, limited regional cooperation under SARC due to political tensions. And there are countries which has integrated AI in biotechnology, but it also raises the ethical concern on data privacy. The recommendations and conclusions. Recommendation is to create a unified regional biotechnology and biosafety framework under SARC, increase funding, infrastructure, and skilled manpower in weaker countries like in Nepal. They are facing this, and they are still in the process of initial process of research and development, strengthen enforcement surveillance and periodic audit transparency, promote regional knowledge sharing and joint research collaboration. In conclusion, climate change is increasing the spread of disease across South Asia. Biotechnology offers effective tool for prediction, prevention, and control of climate-driven health risk. However, fragmented national laws and weak regional coordination limit efficient deployment. Existing international framework provide guidance but are insufficient without strong domestic implementation. Therefore, South Asia remains vulnerable to future health burdens despite growing biotech potential. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I have no questions for you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Anju Shri. Ma'am, you may start with your presentation.
Actually, I don't know how to start the slideshow presentation in this platform. So I'm trying to figure it out. One second, please.
Ma'am, you can start with the presentation and let us know when you need to change the slides. We will help you with it.
I think I'm sharing my screen. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, so good evening. I'm Anjashri PL, a research scholar at the National University of Advanced Legal Studies, Kochi. Today, I present my research on a question that revolves around the integration of or intersection of ESG reporting and artificial intelligence. So, this is the presentation overview of my research paper. So, first of all, what is ESG? ESG is the abbreviation for Environment, Social and Governance, which is a set of standards used to measure an organization's environmental and social impact. It asks companies to report on their not only on their profit but also on their impact or effect on the planet, the people, and the governance standards of the company. So as AI has entered any other arena, it has also entered the arena of ESG reporting. So here comes the one of the major questions, that is, can AI genuinely standardize ESG disclosures, or is AI being weaponized for strategic concealment? So when we look into the evolution of ESG reporting in India, it started in 2007 with the introduction of business responsibility reportings. However, in 2021, this BRR reporting framework has been replaced by the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report by SEBI. So, followed by this, in 2023, BRSR core were introduced for the mandatory reporting of assured sustainability metrics. There are certain specific legislations in India with regards to environmental, social, and governance parts. However, there is no comprehensive legislation that deals with ESG as a whole. So, first, let's look into AI as a tool of standardization. So, first and foremost, it is the best assistant for data automation in ASG reporting. It converts unstructured data into structured and comparable data, which dramatically reduce manual labor. Through the machine learning, predictive analytics, natural language processing models, and sentiment analysis, the AI tools can automate the data that can substantially reduce the manual labor here. Also, artificial intelligence tools enhances ESG auditing processes by providing algorithmic verification of reported metrics. There is also supply chain monitoring where AI enables real-time monitoring. And there comes the concept of explainable AI, where this complex and lengthy ESG reports are made understandable or more easily comprehensible to the investors and the regulators. So now let's look into AI as an instrument of strategic concealment. There are various uh, every thing can be used in two manner, and likewise AI can used as a, selective data feeding technique, inherited bias implementing technique, like that. In selective data feeding, the companies will provide AI only with the data that is favorable to them, so that it can make report that is kind of greenwashing. When it comes to inherited bias, these AI models trained on historically biased data creates ESG reports that causes some sort of prejudices and inequality in the market. Also, these all of this comes under the sophisticated greenwashing, which can be facilitated by AI if it is used in that way. Because of the black box paradox, I believe you know what it is. The decision making related to AI tools in ESG reporting becomes very difficult. So, when we look into the legal and regulatory gaps, even though there are global initiatives such as European Union's SFDR, Artificial Intelligence Act, and ISSB standards that integrates artificial intelligence with ESG reporting, in India there is no comprehensive legislation, or no legislation, or at least even not even a legal provision that connects ESG with artificial intelligence. So when an Indian company uses AI to create a misleading report, there is no legal mechanism that can help these companies accountable. So, that is a major or a significant research regulatory gap in Indian legal system. So, in order to fill or at least try to fill this gap, I have four pillar framework for reform. The first one is mandatory audit trail, which maintain detailed decision log of this AI system that helps in ESG reporting. And also there can be algorithmic audits, which independent third party audits of AI models. Also data certification, which certify the data set used to train AI models, uh, can also help to maintain transparency and accountability to an extent. And the explainable AI, as I mentioned earlier, can become a legal obligation rather than merely a best practice. So, from this slide, we can easily
Ma'am,
see.
ma'am,
Yes.
kindly conclude your presentation.
Yeah, sure.
Kindly
AI is
conclude
a
your
yes, two-sided sword. So between automation and authenticity, we can use AI as a not only as a technical tool but as a governance instrument that can effectively eliminate greenwashing. End of the day, it is all about disclosing truthfully. Thank you.
Yes, do you think this AI generate ESG reports needed independent audits?
Yes, I believe so, sir. Because of the current AI ESG intersection, it is very difficult to distinguish between the genuine reports and the fabricated reports. As I mentioned earlier, by providing selective data and this biased AI systems, it is very easy to manipulate the investors uh, or the public as a whole. So, by imposing or by introducing an independent ESG auditing system, I believe it will be much easier. But the limitation is that even ESG is in its still in its growing stage. So integrating AI and ESG reporting and imposing an independent auditing will be a little bit difficult. But in long run, we must or we might need a independent auditing system for AI usage in ESG reporting. I believe that's a
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Parth Goel.
My screen is visible.
Your slides are not visible.
I'm not unable to present my slide. I'm unable to present my slide. Sorry, there is a technical error.
Sir, is there any technical error so you can present without the PPT also if it's possible?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can present without the PPT also.
Yes,
So
sir.
can I? Can I?
Yes, sir. If it's not possible that you are unable to present, you're present without slides also.
I'm trying, but it is not presenting my PPT now.
You can present without your PPT also.
Okay, thank you, sir. So can I start? Yeah. Can I
Yes.
start, sir? Yeah.
Yes, sir, you can
Yes.
start.
Yeah. Okay. Greeting to everyone. So I'm starting. Yeah. For over 100 of years, we believe that only humans can could invent. The process of inventing only humans, we call this a flash of genius. But in the 2026, the era of solo human genius is ending. Okay. So my paper, the death of a human inventor, shows that our current laws are holding back global process. So today I will give a roadmap to help South Asia lead a Silicon Renaissance. So and if I'm unable to present my slide, so my in slide two I am talking about 2026 report, which says that it is a turning point where AI is no longer a tool. It is making discovery on its own. Like systems like AlphaFold 3 are finding new drugs formula that human cannot even imagine. In this silicon renaissance, the creative spark has moved from the brain to the chips. If the law ignored these machine invention, it become a wall in front of the future of science. Now, in my third slide, I am talking about the problems. Like our law are stuck in the 80s and 90s. They are based on the old idea that only human sweat and effort deserve a patent. This has created a biological cartel that only protect humans and punishes machine. Our Indian Patent Act of 1970 does not even define what is an inventor is. We are trying to run a high-tech world using rules from the past. Now, in my fourth slide, there's a case of Davis. In this, I'm talking about the world is currently stuck in the legal paralysis. In a famous Davis case, the court in the U.S. and UK reject AI patent because the law says as inventor must be a natural person. This stopped progress. Only South Africa has dared to break this rule. This gives South Africa a huge chance to step up and lead where the West has failed. Now, my third slide, I am talking about the warnings that if we don't change the law, we face an intellectual apologies. Usually, patent encourage people to share their secret with the public. But if companies can't get the patent for AI invention, they will hide them as a trade secret. This create a knowledge underground where the public never learn how new technology work, leading to a new dark age. My sixth slide tells about public health risk. That is the biggest danger is in medicine. AI can find cure in weeks, but if they aren't patentable, companies will keep them as a prior proprietary black box. This is a nightmare. We could help a cure for a pandemic, but the recipe stays a corporate secret. We cannot allow a privatization of the survival just because a law are afraid of machines. Now the my seventh slide tells about the solution that is my hybrid model. I propose a new model that called hybrid inventorship that need to separate who made it from who's own it. Under this plan, the AI is named as a technical inventor, so the secret is shared with the public. However, the legal owner, that is the patentee, stays a human or a company. This keep human in control by respecting the machine's work. Now, eighth slide is talking about the changing the law that we must adapt a law, especially section 2 and 6. We must update our laws that is especially section 2 and 6 of the Patent Act. I suggest adding a computer generated clause. This would also allow a machine to be an inventor as long as a human take all legal responsibilities. These small changes make South Asia a global leader instead of just a follower. Ninth slide jump on strategies, leapfrogging. Like South Asia must end legal colonialism. We don't have to copy the Best West mistakes. By making our law AI friendly, we create a safe harbor. If companies can't protect their AI tech in the US or Europe, they will bring their research and money to the South Asia. It is a time to claim our silicon sovereignty. At last, I conclude with the statement that the death of a human inventor is not the end. It is the start of a new partnership between man and machine. We are at the door of the silicon renaissance that can cure disease and help the planet. But we need leader brave enough to rewrite the rule, and the machine is inventing. It is the time for the law to listen. That's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. But I want to ask who should own the AI generated invention?
Sorry, sir.
Who should own the AI generated inventions? The developer or the users or the
No, no, sir.
states or
The developer, the developer, sir.
the developer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. We sincerely appreciate the efforts of all the presenters, discussants, and participants. Your research contributions have greatly enriched today's deliberations and strengthened the academic value of this conference. As we conclude technical session 1, I take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to our respected session chair, all presenters and participants, our collaborating institutions, the organizing and technical team. Your support and cooperation have made this session successful.
On behalf of CDIRP and organizing committee, I thank you all for the valuable presence and the active engagement. We look forward to your continued participation in upcoming sessions of the conference. Wishing you all a very enriching academic experience. Thank you and have a wonderful day ahead.